2025 Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. I would like to call the meeting to order. We'll begin the roll call.
Commissioner Deng.
Here.
Vice Chair Greenfield.
Here.
Chair Freeman.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Cribbs.
Here.
Commissioner Way.
Here.
And Commissioner Kleinhaus. Let the record show there are 6 present and 1 absent.
Okay, thank you. So now is the opportunity for public comments for those who want to address the commission on non-agenda items. If there are any members of the public who are in person and who would like to address the commission in person, please fill out a speaker card and submit to the clerk. Submit it to the clerk. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand.
We have 3 in-person comments and no Zoom comments.
Okay, thank you.
So the first comment doesn't want to present their comment, but it asks to pass out documentation for you all to read. This will be noted in the public record.
Okay, do we now proceed to the second speaker?
The second speaker is it Dan G. Oh, sorry, Ron G.
I think the time should be 3 minutes.
Give me 1 second here. This guy. Okay.
Thank you. I'm a Palo Alto resident and founder of mental health company MoodFit. When people talk about pickleball, the narrative is often so much about the noise, parking, some perceived battle with tennis. But I'd like to suggest that the discussion really needs to be about the incredible wellness benefit that pickleball delivers to the community. And that all the other items need to be considered, but to be considered in the context of that wellness benefit. In fact, increasing well-being and community belonging is one of the core stated goals of the Palo Alto City Council. In specific, mental health challenges and the loneliness epidemic are huge societal issues that cause great suffering to those affected and to those around them. So many families know this struggle firsthand. 2-time Surgeon General Vivek Murthy has said, given the health consequences of loneliness, we must prioritize building social connection just as we've prioritized tobacco, obesity, and substance use disorders. If I told you there was a solution to significantly address these community issues that was finally at our fingertips, I'd hope the first words out of your mouth wouldn't be, what about the parking? To measure the impact of pickleball on wellness, I'd suggest we consider things like the amount of wellness delivered per square foot or per dollar. One of the options being considered is the repurposing of 2 underutilized tennis courts into 8 new pickleball courts, which could support up to 32 times more player games and interactions, giving residents a chance to play and create social connections instead of waiting. Regarding dollars, the Palo Alto Pickleball Club has actually proposed paying for the court expansion to deliver this community benefit. In summary, the social wellness created by pickleball is unmatched. Despite its incredible popularity that has far surpassed tennis and golf and other sports, Palo Alto has 240% more tennis courts than pickleball courts, 240% more. And as noted, each pickleball court can generate 32 times more social connections, which is at the heart of pickleball's open play format. Considerations like parking do need to be addressed, and the Pickleball Club has a demonstrated track record of working closely with the city on such tasks. But ultimately, I think these details need to be viewed in the context of the much needed good pickleball is bringing to the wellness of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have David S.
Thank you. Hi, my name is David Siegel, and I'm a 35-year resident of Palo Alto, and I'm the president of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. I have read the pickleball-related comments that you have in your packets. I was happy to read that most of them include agreement that the courts are overcrowded and that wait times are unacceptable. This is a reflection of the points Ron just made regarding how pickleball addresses health, wellness, and the building of community unlike any other sport. But allow me to address some of the specific concerns that were raised in the comments. First, parking. More courts may or may not impact parking. One of the comments mentioned 60 people playing and 100 people waiting. New courts would absorb those waiting and might have no parking impact. That said, I recognize that during peak times, evenings and weekends, more parking would be welcome. The club has already secured an additional 35 parking places through an agreement with our closest neighbor to be available during these peak times. That is more than enough to cover any court expansion and then some. Second, tennis. We're 100% supportive of tennis in Palo Alto. There are 51 courts in Palo Alto and only 15 pickleball courts. These 15 pickleball courts represent the space equivalent of about 4 to 5 tennis courts. Pickleball exceeds tennis today in popularity and growth. Reflecting this popularity, the Palo Alto Tennis Club has about 125 members, the Pickleball Club 1,500 members at the end of 2024, about 900 of them being Palo Alto residents. Today, there is no comparison or equity between tennis and pickleball. Fourth, residential preference. The primary beneficiaries of the Mitchell Park courts are people that live and work in Palo Alto. The recreational activities are open to residents and non-residents alike. In fact, pickleball prides itself on being inclusive by age, ability level, gender, socioeconomic position, and place of residence. PA residents benefit by having others of varying ability levels that come from the surrounding communities. Without it, the play would be that type of play would be not available for our residents. Fifth, noise. Pickleball is louder than tennis, but there are many noises in and around Mitchell Park from a variety of sources. That said, we have conducted our own study and have members that live very close to the courts. Some of the comments made alleging the hearing of the play by neighbors, the closest of which is 450 feet away, are exaggerated. I encourage commissioners to walk those neighborhoods and listen for yourselves. Lastly, economics. Building courts from the ground up costs millions of dollars, impacts green and open space, and takes years to complete. Converting tennis courts costs about $100,000 or so and would be borne by the Pickleball Club and donors. The taxpayers of Palo Alto's would pay zero. Finally, while the Pickleball Club has made a suggestion for an expansion plan, it is only that, a suggestion. We expect the city to evaluate this suggestion amongst others. Thank you for your time.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you. And thank you to the members of the public who took the time to speak today, and we appreciate it and your comments. Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Do any commission members have any comments regarding the agenda changes, additions, and deletions? So I would like to move item number 2, which is the Coverly presentation, to the place to number 1, primarily because I think some of the after reading the packet on that, and the fact that we'll be going through the work plan, I think that there's some information in the Coverly presentation that might be beneficial in helping us decide whether or not Coverly should be an ad hoc and what do we do with the wellness center. So
Chair Freeman, just to clarify, I believe it's item 3 you're referring to
Yes,
for
okay.
the work plan and adjusting that with, or swapping that with item number 4.
exactly.
So flip-flopping those
Thank
two.
you. Thank you. Are there any objections to that? Commissioner?
The only concern I would have is people, members of the public who may be thinking about wanting to tune into the Coverly discussion or participate in that and expecting it to happen at a later time. And then they would tune in an hour, hour or so and find out it's already in progress. I appreciate Chair Freeman's suggestion that maybe all things being equal, it would be beneficial to hear the Coverly presentation before discussing the creation of a Coverly ad hoc, but that gives me pause. The concern I noted gives me pause.
Okay. Any other comments from any other commissioners? I don't know if we have to vote on that or just make the change.
If that's a concern, could you move item 5 up first and then reverse order 5, 4, 3 to allow some time for people to tune in?
Yeah, that's a good,
I'm sorry, could you repeat the suggestion?
in other words, yeah,
Reverse the order on the agenda. So begin with the informational update, if that works for staff, budget summary, and then do the informational update on Coverly, and then do the ad hoc at the end of the meeting.
let me go out to staff. Does that sound doable?
I just want to bring up that last month we did the work plan last, and
Right.
it was
It took some time.
mentioned that everyone wanted to hear this up front in the agenda. So
Okay, well, let's say that everyone read the packet. So I think everyone's probably clear on what the content is in the Coverly presentation. So I'm flexible with the other. Commissioner Greenfield?
For the reasons that Sarah noted, I'm opposed to moving the work plan item to the fifth, to the last of the 3 business items that we're discussing.
Okay, let's keep it as is. Yeah, I'm good with that. Unless there's. Yeah, let's leave it. I mean, it makes sense that there could be people, I agree, that could be calling in later, but we'll attack that when we get to it. Okay, we'll move on to department reports.
Chair Freeman, we'll skip down to departmental
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
report.
Yeah, the agenda, yeah.
Council liaison report won't happen until August.
The other item that I skipped was there are no minutes for the last meeting. So in other words, we will not be voting on the meeting agenda for our May meeting until probably the next meeting in July. So, thank you.
So hello, Commissioners. I'm Sarah Robustelli, Division Manager for Open Space Parks and Golf, and I will be supplying the Commission the departmental report. We'll skip to the next slide. Believe it or not, next month is July, or next week rather, is July, and we have a bunch of great special events that will be upcoming. On the left of your screen, you'll see our 5th annual Summer Movie Nights series, which started a few weeks ago. We'll just note that this takes place at Mitchell Park, bringing people and families together for an unforgettable night under the stars. Seating starts at 7, and the movie starts at sunset. The next movie lineup will take place July 11th, and it's Moana 2. So in the center of your screen there, we want to highlight the 4th of July parade, or 4th of July Summer Festival and Chili Cook-Off. This is also being held at Mitchell Park Friday, July 4th from 11 to 3. Commissioners were invited to be a judge for this event. You'll enjoy, or the public will enjoy, free chili tasting, live music, food trucks, games, activities for kids, inflatables and crafts. We recommend that you bring your own chairs and a reusable water bottle, and we hope to see you there. Rounding out some of our special events for the month of July is our MSC Open House. Oh, if you could just skip back. The city is hosting the open house at the Municipal Service Center, which is showcasing a behind the scenes work that we do for the community. So this is being held Saturday, July 26th from 10 to 2 p.m. And there will be demonstrations, displays, information on city programs and services, delicious food, and other fun activities. If you skip to the next, we just wanted to highlight that our, family movie night has started. This picture was taken on summer solstice, which was just last Friday. It drew about 250 attendees, which is a little slightly less than we typically see. It happened to be a very windy day and a bit chilly. So staff believes that impacted attendance. And again, just those are being held at Mitchell Park. So we'll advance to the next slide, and we want to thank you for coming out to the Fred Eyerly Towerwell Park. There was a ribbon cutting. It was a wonderful and great turnout last Wednesday, June 18th at 4 p.m. We had Mayor Lowing, Chair Freeman, Director O'Kane all spoke at the event. We had 4 commissioners present. And to the right-hand side of the screen, an unveiling of our newly designed park sign. This event was coupled with the fire station open house, and attendees were encouraged to walk over just 1 block at this station. We'll advance to the next slide. Special interest classes. So camps are underway, and this is a brand new special interest class that we had made note of early because it was sold out. So Friday, June 20th, just last Friday, wrapped the 2nd week of Recreation's new special interest woodworking camp. This camp was held outdoors in the Mitchell Park Bowl. It offered a good amount of shade during the mild temperatures, and campers had a lot of fun creating great fun projects like birdhouses, gingerbread, cars, boats, guitars, you name it. And both weeks were sold out with a maximum of 22 campers. Next slide. So this is just highlighting some of the Palo Alto swim and sport at Rinconada Pool. Lap swim, we're seeing weekly visits of 900, which is an increase of 100 from last year. Recreation swim, we'll just highlight that weekly visits, we're seeing 2,675, which is an increase of over 300 from last year. And this is due to an increase of hours of operation. One other kind of highlight to note is total weekly visits are also up 550 from last year, the average of 4,500 visits. And then to your right of the screen, we just want to highlight some of the site amenity upgrades that have been taking place. We want to thank the facilities team for removing the existing benches under the trellis area. We've replaced them with new ADA benches. You can see at the top of your screen, and the before was on the bottom right. Additionally, We've expanded some new picnic tables that were purchased, and they are being highly used, and they're outside of the play pool area, which is in high demand during the recreation swim hours. Next slide. Our open space staff and team has been very busy with fire fuel mitigation and taking place all over our open spaces with disking and mowing. So we just wanted to highlight that. Next. And you'll hear more about this later in the agenda, Coverly updates, but just as a placeholder, if you haven't signed up yet, visit the project page and don't miss an update. We'll also note just in the middle of the screen, the community meeting number 3 is scheduled for September. Next slide. The turf study. So we also have a project page that is live, and you'll see it just our city website /turf study. The stars on your screen just highlight the estimated project schedule, and the stars are where PRC comes involved. And so we have focus groups that will be taking place next month, and the Parks and Rec Commission playing fields ad hoc will be one of those focus groups. And then additionally, a draft report will be made available in mid-August, and seeking feedback until the end of the month. And then we'll come to the PRC full commission on your August meeting, August 26th, to solicit feedback on a draft report. And then we're targeting October 20th for a report and presentation to City Council. Next slide. We touched on this during the last departmental report. Here you'll see some of the standards basketball hoops that have been installed. We are still doing the resurfacing, but everything else is completed. So we plan to open Greer Park back up mid next month. And just as a reminder, in terms of the scope of the project, it includes expanding the smaller court into a full-size court and the resurfacing as well as the hoops. Next slide. We wanted to also note at Heritage Park, we have a public restroom. You'll see it circled on your left hand of your screen. It's part of the Roth building, and it's now open to the public. So a great amenity that's available, and we wanted to note that. And that concludes the departmental report for this month.
Thank you. Good job on the department report. A lot of things happened, I guess, between our last meeting and this meeting. So thank you for that. I'm going to open it up for any of the commissioners that have any questions for staff. Chair Greenfield. Vice Chair. Vice Chair, I'm sorry. Promoted you.
You're the chair. Thank you for the staff report. Just one comment and one question. Could you just elaborate on what disking is?
Oh, sure.
And maybe pop the picture back up too.
Oh, yeah. If you want to go back to, and I believe it was the photo on the left of the slide deck. So it actually turns up some of the soil, which uses a different tool. So you'll see on the left-hand side, disking, it actually turns up the soil. It also is a fire break, whereas mowing is is on the right-hand side of the screen. I tried to supply two different variations of fire fuel mitigation, but this typically disking takes place on the outer edges of the preserve in the WUI area. So it also provides protection to the other infrastructure outside of the open space.
So it's specifically done to create a fire break.
Correct.
Thank you. And the other question I had is there an update on the schedule for the Mayfield turf replacement? I understand that that has been approved.
Correct. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, the Stanford Palo Alto playing fields, also known as Mayfield, was approved at City Council for the construction contract on June 9th. We are working with the contractor to get a schedule. We do not have that schedule yet, and our pre-construction meeting has yet to take place. That being said, we're anticipating a 3-month construction window, and I will be supplying updates to not only the playing fields ad hoc, but also the full commission at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Cribbs?
Yes, I was wondering about scholarships for summer programs and also specifically for swim lessons. Have there been any requests?
Good evening, Kristen O'Kane, Community Services. So our camps qualify for our fee reduction program through the city. The swim camps and classes go through Palo Alto Swim and Sport, and I don't have those numbers today, but I can certainly get them for you.
Okay, thank you. And how long does Team Cheaper's contract extend? We have a couple more years, right?
We do, I want to say 2027.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's good. Thank you.
Question?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sarah, for the great report. And I want to ask a couple of questions, slides 10 and 11. So the turf study, which is great to know it's being launched. And would that apply to the material surfacing for 11, the basketball resurfacing, and how they align with each other?
The turf study only it actually is area focus is specifically on El Camino Park.
Okay.
But it also will get into natural as well as synthetic, as well as different hybrids and other emerging turfs. But it does not go into other details in terms of other surfacings.
So it's only one park.
There's a focus area which
Okay.
council has directed at El Camino Park.
Okay. got
Which
it.
is and this year we are funded within the CIP for replacement of that. It was deferred due to the turf study.
Okay, so the resurfacing of Greer Park and still using the older material.
The resurfacing is grind down and then also pave and then acrylic surfacing on top, similar to
Or the basketball.
right, it's a basketball, but similar to tennis courts, things of that nature.
Okay, yeah, there is also clay courts. I guess we're not using that.
No.
No, okay. And what's the timeline for the Greer Park basketball resurfacing?
We posted signs, I believe this week, that we will reopen July 11th or 18th, one of the two, mid-July.
Okay, great. That's pretty fast. It can for the kids for the summer. Thanks so much. Thanks for the good work.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thanks, Sarah, for this great staff report. First, I want to congratulate the staff for opening the 4th store restroom at the Cavalry track Yeah, I heard great feedback from the runners and the soccer players. Thank you for doing that. Second, I'm curious how much the new benches cost by Ricanada. That was on the slide, the new benches. Mhm.
Oh, maybe I was muted. I apologize. The new benches, I believe the blue ones I can speak to. We received a total of 8 were purchased for, I know, about $9,000. And then the new ADA benches, actually, they are brand new, but they came from Boulware Park, which is a brand new park that was just opening. However, we had extra benches that were consolidated too much. And so we thought the better use would be repurposing them here.
Great. My last question is, I heard there was a vegetation fire last week along El Camino. Did that impact any of our parks?
No,
No.
I'm not aware of any impacts to our open space parks or golf. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Vice Chair
I
Greenfield.
I think Foothills was closed during the fire, though. As a result of that, so that would be an impact.
I believe there were 2 relatively recently fires. The one last week, which unfortunately, right there, the one last week, I don't believe had any impacts. There was an additional one, I believe, the week prior, which our rangers did actually go to. However, it was outside of our city limits. So I think maybe during that time, I believe Vice Chair Greenfield, you might have been referring to a closure at Foothills that because rangers were deployed.
Thank you for clarifying my confusion.
Okay. On the, you mentioned the camps are underway and the attendance, is there, I assume you had a wait list this year as well? And how was that in comparison to past years? And what are we doing to kind of keep reducing that to the point where it's gets to the point where, we don't have a huge wait list? Should see the numbers going down year to year, I would think.
Yeah, I think great question, right? One is trying out new classes. So I think one is this woodworking was also, there's a space limitation. So that's why I also highlighted that this was taking place in Mitchell Park within the bowl in the outside space. That was a very creative way to solve a space. I don't want to challenge. And so we're trying those tactics and also seeing how new special interest classes take. So I think we'll continue to try new things, also be creative. And then also there's a portion of the procurement process that I believe that we're working on solving as well. So.
And just out of curiosity, what would be the top 3 that seem to get filled every year?
Yeah, our art classes at the art center or camps at the art center and camps at the junior museum and zoo typically fill up.
Okay,
quickly.
and that tends to be because of space or instructors?
Space.
Space,
really.
okay. Another question on Rinconada, you mentioned that there's been an increase in the number of people taking advantage of the summer swims. But you also mentioned that the hours of operations have been extended. Is there a correlation between I mean, are the numbers pretty much the same if you had left them the
No,
way they were?
you got that right, Chair Freeman. Because of the hours of operation expanding, we're seeing 550 more visits weekly is what we are anticipating. Let me just make sure I have that correct, but yes.
And my last question, congratulations on opening up a restroom at Heritage Park, kind of in my neighborhood. But I also don't recall seeing any information about that, and also what are the hours for the restroom, and how has that information been communicated to the public? Is it posted somewhere? Because I know there's probably people that use the park who don't necessarily know that they can go to the Heritage Museum to use the restroom. Is there signage? I haven't been there in a while, but.
Yeah, so there is signage. I think it's also a somewhat of a phased approach because the Roth building isn't open completely yet. So I think the servicing has obviously started. So I actually went out and had a look and took these photos, and there was definitely, I am happy to report usage and people at the park knowing that it's there. It's in a line of sight. I tried to get in this picture on the left-hand side. It's directly in line of sight when you're in the playground area, and it is facing the playground.
Okay, but people might not know that they can actually take advantage of using that facility?
I can report that people are using the
Okay.
facility.
Okay,
I was there a couple weeks ago and it was very clear that it was open and accessible and it was heavily used and it's toddler approved in case you care. It was, you can see it from almost everywhere in the park aside from the place just adjacent. So
Okay.
it was well used when I was there.
great. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. My last question, you have any additional information on where we are with First Tee from what was presented last month?
No major updates. Again, we'll be bringing you more updates as they come.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from any other commissioners? Okay, good job. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is the work plan.
Chair Freeman, I'm going to have Eric, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the draft work plan and having it. We kind of thought the approach might be best to go project by project, at least to ensure alignment prior. There's three basically kind of actions within this item, which will, let me just read it. We have establishment of a Coverly ad hoc that will actually be noted at the very end of this work plan. Amend and approval of the Parks and Recreation Commission 2025 calendar work plan, and then confirm or reassign commission ad hoc committees and liaison roles based on the updated work plan.
Okay, that's a good approach.
So I don't know if you want to start here in terms of Coverly, or if we just work our way down, starting at one.
I think the approach would be, let's work our way down and see if there's any changes. And then after we have actually, I guess, put our stamp of approval on the work plan, then we can go back to see if there's any commissioners that want to tag on to a new ad hoc or liaison or pull off of one that they might already be on.
And we also have that working document we can pull up at that time.
Okay. Okay, so these are all the items that we previously viewed and approved at our retreat. And so nothing has changed from that time, but if looking at this or having reviewed the packet, do you feel that there's a need to update the goals or the timeline? That's probably the time to say that. And I think a lot of us have actually been working on some of these, in the last, since the retreat or even before. So I'll just leave that as is. Any, Vice Chair Greenfield?
I just have one general comment that applies to all the work plan items. It seems like it'd be good if we could standardize on a consistent format for how we're displaying the timeline. It's kind of in different, displayed in different ways for different items, but maybe start off with fiscal year or FY, but be consistent how we do it. And then the quarters after that, what's displayed there is a pretty good start, unless we want to abbreviate fiscal year to FY. I don't have a strong feeling on either way. But whatever we do, let's just kind of standardize it for all the blocks, make it look like it's a consistent document.
Any comments from any other commissioner on that? Everyone, I think that makes perfect sense. Especially as it relates to you either using a quarter three, quarter four, or hopefully there's not any of these that, well, our fiscal year ends in October, right? So, okay. Commissioner Cripps.
Well, I don't have a solution to this at all, but going through this today, getting ready for the meeting, it seems like we have a lot of ad hoc committees. I think, are we at 8 or 9? And I just want to bring up the effect both on commissioners and on staff and our ability to get all of these things done. So,
Well, there's a proposal as we go through each one of these, we can kind of, I think, frame in our mind as to whether or not this should remain as an ad hoc, or can it be combined with an existing ad hoc, or can it move down to being a liaison?
yeah,
And even then, we've got,
I would be
a lot
very
of those.
comfortable to try to take a look at those and say, is this really, really critical, or should it be put off or combined or moved to and I know we did some of that at the retreat, but
yeah.
it just seemed like an overwhelming number.
well, I think we have less now than we had in the past, right? So,
Mm.
and a part of this is, staff time on all of these as well. So we have to look at whether or not it's realistic to say that something can be completed in quarter three or quarter four, and that staff member might be working on 3 or 4 other items on this, but others. So I think we kind of defer back to staff if you guys think that a particular ad hoc can be deferred until a later time. So I think as we go through these, we can kind of pull it back on you guys to say that's something we can do or cannot do,
I think that makes sense. We can look at them as we go through the work
Okay.
plan and talk
Okay.
about them.
Commissioner Wei, did you have a question? Your light's on, that's why I asked you.
Yeah, a couple of them I just get on this this fiscal year, and for what I've seen, and also learning the new new projects as well. What I've seen, I don't have any other edits.
Okay, Vice Chair Greenfield.
I'd like to suggest that for this item that we change the timeline to FY25 Q3 and Q4, and also FY25 Q1 and 2, and FY26 Q1 and Q2
For the first item.
for the CIP review. Because that's really kind of kind of seasonal work that happens I'm not sure it might just be Q4 or Q2. It might just be the October to December timeframe. So it could be FY 25 Q4 and FY 26 Q4, sorry, Q2. So FY 25 and 26 Q2 is what I'm suggesting. But it would appreciate staff's input.
So this work plan, because we've changed when our recruitments, this work plan will go through the end of the calendar year. Which, yeah, so are you saying that Q2 is when the work would happen? And so that's when,
Well, let me ask you, so if you're saying, so will we be, well, last October, right, whatever time it was, we got a sign off by the city council, right? Are you saying that this would just go to we were talking about just a calendar year for 2025, right?
right,
So-
because we've changed our recruitment for new commissioners. So all of CSD's commissions, as well as the Stormwater Committee, are on a different schedule now, and all those will likely be presented to the council, the new work plans around the March 2026 timeframe. That's in the commission handbook.
So would we stay with, as Vice Chair Greenfield is saying, do we go with, if we go with fiscal year 26, you can only go as far as Q1, right?
Q2, our fiscal year
Oh,
starts
Q2.
July 1.
So what I'm hearing from Director O'Kane, and I agree with the period that's covered by this work plan is fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26, quarters 1 and 2.
Correct.
Okay.
So 6 quarters.
Okay,
But the CIP work's just done in the second quarter.
That's fine.
okay. So the change to this will be 25, 26, and then Q2?
Yes.
Okay.
And do we want to change fiscal year to FY or spell it out? I don't care. Let's just be consistent.
No, I don't have a preference.
I don't have. Commissioner Brown?
I'll just add my comments. I've served on this one. I think this would make a natural liaison once we get to that discussion, just because it's seasonal, but it repeats year after year. And also we get a lot of questions about CIP projects throughout the year. And so I think this would be a natural fit for a liaison role if we wanted to reduce some of the ad hocs.
I would support moving it to a liaison role now.
Same here. That was one of the 3 that I see that could be.
I think that's fine with staff.
And I would suggest to be a 2-person liaison role, just so there's more coverage from within the commission.
Do we have any 2-person?
Lots of them.
Say again?
We have a number of two people liaison roles.
Okay. Okay, so that one will chop off the ad hoc and move to a liaison, right? 1 down. All right, let's move to, are we good with that one? We're good? Okay, great.
Currently 7 of 13 liaison roles are two commissioners.
Okay. All right, project 3, which is Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan. Excuse me. Was it 2? Yeah, we missed 2.
Sorry, just as far as wrapping up the conversion of the CIP work plan item, we're just going to make that effective for FY 25. We shouldn't delete it off the list.
You mean 26?
No, what I'm hearing is that we're not going to include are we not going to include the ad hoc for 26?
No.
Right, so let's adjust that work plan item to just say Q2 FY 25. Or FY 25 Q2.
Wait, we're moving it off I mean, what we're
It's
working,
still in the work plan. It just won't have an ad hoc. It'll have a liaison.
Right.
So
And it's done, basically.
right. Okay. Could you, okay. This is park dedication. This staff, this is, well, pretty much ongoing, right?
yes, I mean, it's
I mean, it doesn't,
when staff has availability to work on this. We're planning on coming to the commission next month and presenting on the status of this with the ad hoc.
okay, so maybe we leave this one's FY 25.
It should be FY 25
Right.
through FY 26 Q2. So it
Right.
could be FY 25 Q1 through FY 26 Q2.
So the top label should be park dedication. Other, probably take off the FY 26.
Which is, it could be 25/26.
But it's already defined in the timeline, though, that's all I'm thinking. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, for this one, I mean, this is a function of the commission that we need to be doing on a regular basis. It's not an ad hoc that has an end in sight necessarily. So is there another way to handle this particular subject?
So if you're suggesting that it shouldn't be a standing committee, I don't think it is, because there's specific tasks which are listed for the ad hoc to address within the period. And you can see it's the high and low priority items are very specific.
Okay.
I think you can make specific milestones, but it is an ongoing, I agree with Commissioner Krebs that it is an ongoing function of the commission. And so even though you're creating these bite-sized chunks for a year, I don't think that necessarily falls into the true definition of an ad hoc. And so it does seem like more of a function of really staff and maybe a liaison role. But it also seems like one where it takes a lot of proactive work from staff. And if we have things like Cubberly or some of these other council directed items, that maybe this is one that, I'm not saying goes away because we've just had that great success, but maybe it gets deprioritized while some of those other more time sensitive projects are elevated.
Yeah, I kind of support that, and that is that if there's something that pops out of that surfaces up, I mean, the liaison would be, and it could be, this might be another candidate for having two members on that liaison, and that there'll be constant communications with staff on that anyway, if there's something. But I don't think it meets, the ad hoc rule that it has a beginning and it has an end, because it's constant, so.
Yeah, I echo that from my experience in that particular ad hoc last year. And I'm already hearing the staff, there are too many ad hocs already. And this is basically a very overarching, macro kind of subject matter. This is the whole goal for our commission and for our staff as well. So yeah, I really echo that too.
So,
And
so it might be that the
yeah.
liaison might be working with the staff person maybe once a month, and if there's a park that all of a sudden is taking an active life, and the ad hoc the liaison person would then report that to the commission, and then it moves from there.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, totally.
So just for clarification on the work plan, do we need to make any adjustments then back on this document?
Okay, Vice Chair Greenfield.
I'm not in favor, I'm in favor of keeping the ad hoc. I'm not quite sure. I think it's an important priority that should be more prominent. I think as far as the deprioritization that was suggested, I think de facto that has been happening. And I think that the staff has been balancing that, and there's a project has had more stops and starts than some. But if we're looking at removing ad hocs, I'm not sure how this differs from the Recreation Wellness Center that's a continuous project, or middle school athletics.
Well, that one,
Or middle school athletics,
yeah.
that's going to be, that's probably going to be carrying over, or other ad hocs. I think it's kind of a drastic step that's being suggested.
Commissioner Cripps? I don't know if you had it. Okay. So I mean, again, I think it's, what's the definition of an ad hoc? I mean, as I understand it, there's an endpoint. There's no endpoint to this. I mean, it's an ongoing, it's no different than what we were talking about as far as the CIP. So, I mean, but I mean, there could be activity. I mean, it's like a list, so there's something that pops out of that, but it doesn't necessarily, this is something I think that would be on the work plan every year. It's not going to go away. I mean, so I'm in favor of moving it unless on this.
Well, I think we all agree that it's a really important function
Yes.
of the commission. And certainly the mayor at the park opening, the tower, talked about to the Recreation Commission, get out there and find more parkland. So we should be doing that all the time. If we have two people serving as liaisons, and if they give us, the commission, a report every month on a regular basis, they can act and get staff involved if a opportunity comes up. So it just depends on how strong those liaison people are right now, when there are other things that are taking a lot of staff time. That's all.
And I disagree with the sentiment that an ad hoc is more important than a liaison. I mean, we have aquatics, golf, dog parks, all living as liaison roles. Those are very important core functions of the commission as well as the department. So I think moving it to liaison role makes sense if there's a specific opportunity that warrants more of an ad hoc, let's say the Rinconada Gardens, for example, and it needs substantial community feedback and there's a finite project associated with that, then that would make sense for it to move sort of from that liaison role to an ad hoc, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'll find out next month. I don't know what the progress is on this, but I could see that kind of ebbing and flowing as the opportunities arise. But I think as commissioners, it's not our job to create a bunch of ad hocs and then wait for staff to cry uncle when there's too much and then things get prioritized. We need to set up a realistic work plan so that the public knows what's going on, what's realistically going to get done, and not setting up for disappointment.
Okay, I agree with that. Vice Chair.
So I'm hearing, I have a comment and a question, but before I get to that, I'm hearing potentially two different rationales for moving this to ad hoc. One is that it's continuous and so it shouldn't be an ad hoc, and another is that it's just as important, and the commissioner should just can present ideas as appropriate. I'm not rephrasing what Commissioner Brown just suggested properly. Could you just repeat what you said? Or I thought what Commissioner Brown said was a different rationale. The observation I have is that City Council has approved this ad hoc, and they've approved the ad hoc on a continuing on multiple years. So I don't know. Are we concerned that this shouldn't be an ad hoc because of what's what's stated in the ad hoc that has been approved? Or are we trying to change the load of things? And the other question I have is, are we suggesting that we might have work plan items that would not be associated with an ad hoc? So is the suggestion to keep a work plan item for park dedication and move it to liaisons or not? I'm not clear on that.
I think the conversation has been to move it to a liaison and maybe have a two-person liaison that would work primarily with whoever the staff person is as a contact.
Sorry, my question is, would we keep a work plan item associated with it or not?
Staff?
Well, I guess I'm not clear on if it switches to a liaison of two people, because I think the ad hoc right now is two people, right?
Right.
It's currently 3 right now.
Oh, it's three.
Sorry, it's 2.
It's
Got
2.
confused, yes.
And if we're meeting monthly, I'm not exactly sure what the difference between an ad hoc and 2 liaisons are.
I'm not either.
Does it make any difference, I guess, to staff whether or not it's an ad hoc or a liaison? I mean, the work gets done
I
no
think
matter what. Yeah.
in terms of what it is, it's not an ad hoc because it doesn't have the sort of finite like start end. It's not a project. So I do think if it's more in a liaison role, it doesn't impact the workload, the work plan or anything. I think it's fine to stay on the work plan personally. But if we're talking about cutting down ad hocs, just cut down ad hocs, that's one thing. But if we're trying to reduce the overall workload on staff, then moving it to a liaison role doesn't accomplish that.
True.
But that might not be what we're trying to do here. But I do think just from a function standpoint, it's not an ad hoc, it's a liaison.
So I take issue with it. There is no start and end because there's a specific high priority task which has a start and end date, which is the time period of the ad hoc.
But there's no, you're saying the ad hoc itself? I mean, what is the ad hoc actually working on? Unless there's an active part that's.
The ad hoc specifically working on reviewing 7 different sites that were identified before the ad hoc was created. That's the high priority task. And then we're also continuing to work to identify other locations as identified by commission members, by staff or community members.
At what point would the ad hoc's work be complete then?
The ad hoc's work would be complete at the end of the time period of the timeline, but at the end of the year, as far as reviewing the existing sites on the list.
I think you can make anything an ad hoc then if you just put a time period associated with specific milestones and steps. It's about the actual tasks being accomplished. If the goal is dedicate X amount of parkland and then this ad hoc is done, that's one thing, or get this one site accomplished in this fiscal year. That's finite, that's understandable, but just saying this year we're going to do this and then coming back next year and saying, and this year we're going to do this, but it's all in the same vein, that's not an ad hoc.
I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one.
But I think also if this was a park dedication that had a particular park or two associated with it, and those 2 parks, let's say Bulwer Park would be part of this, or any other park that or even the Fairlight Hirely Park that was just completed, then you could say that there's work being done from the beginning, and that's scheduled to be finished by whatever period of time it is. And then the liaison, whoever is reporting to the commission is going to give updates as to what that progress is. But I don't see that happening, just having this as a park dedication that doesn't have anything wrapped around it. Yes.
Well, so maybe a solution is under high priority. Instead of saying work with staff to assess the suitability of of potential sites, it just says work with staff to assess the suitability of Rinconada Garden, San Antonio, and just list those. And then by the end of December, we'll have
A full
completed that
review.
task.
Okay.
So those assessment of those particular sites as they relate to parkland dedication will be completed.
Okay, and so for every time we, when we have our next retreat and we're reviewing the work plan, then those priorities would be replaced with whatever new priorities have surfaced, new parks that are,
Well, if the commission decides to put this back on the work plan, I mean, we could talk about it then. So.
Okay.
I think we can do, if it's an ad hoc, we're fine with that. If you want to switch to the liaison, we're fine with that too. So we don't necessarily have a preference. We're going to continue to try and move this along. So however,
okay.
the commission decides.
Well, I think it's a candidate for, as to what I understand, an ad hoc to be, it's a candidate for that to move to a liaison. If we get down to the point where we feel it should be elevated back to an ad hoc, then at that point we could do that. So do we, as a commission, vote on these, or what's the protocol here?
Well, I think at the end you would vote on the whole work plan
Okay.
and
Okay.
ad hoc roles.
Okay, I like, so the comment you made about the priority, you want to repeat that, and then the clerk can make that
Sure.
change?
It would be under the high priority to take out of potential sites. Wait, work with staff to assess the suitability of, and then move for parkland dedication at the very end. And remove including before Rinconada.
I think we want to leave parkland dedication in there. I think we just want to get rid of including.
I just moved it to,
Oh, okay.
so it's there, it's just at the end of the sentence,
Gotcha.
either way.
Yep,
it's fine.
sure.
This is staff suggestion, so of course the commission can revise.
Works for me.
Any other comments on this one?
So I'm still not hearing a clear clarity in terms of if this moves to a liaison role, are we keeping a work plan item associated with it? It would be the first time we've had a work plan item that wasn't associated with an ad hoc. And I'm not saying we can't do that. I'm just trying to get.
I also, Commissioner Greenfield, I thought though there was consensus on goal project number 1, which was the CIP review that we're keeping within the work plan. However, we're just converting to a liaison.
Yeah, right.
So potentially this still with this change could stay within the work plan, and there's a potential to do the same for this as well.
Well, I think it's not quite apples and oranges because the CIP work plan item is completed. It's not currently running, and it was, while it was active, there was an ad hoc associated with it.
But this could be completed as well. That's some time frame, right?
I'm sorry, you're suggesting that this work plan item would be completed this fiscal year, 25?
If it's going to be classified as a work plan, I guess the items that are defined as high priority, can they be completed?
So I think we could tie off the work plan item, say it's just active while there is an ad hoc. But my question is that what we want to do, or would we have a work plan associated with the liaisons?
I mean, we did it for the first first goal. But instead you're saying that that was,
I disagree. I don't think we have done it for the first project.
Well, the first one, though, we just eliminated the ad hoc and extended the liaison and kept it on
The
the
work
work
plan.
plan to conclude in fiscal year
right.
26, quarter 2. So it's still on the work plan with the liaison.
I thought we were completing it, saying that it was completed for that the timeline for that was only going to be fiscal year 25 and not 26.
I'm in favor of keeping them both on the work plan, but moving them both to liaison roles. I think that makes the most sense.
And I support that.
Okay.
Okay. Can we move down to number 3? Okay. Any comments on this one?
We need to clean up the timeline.
Oh,
And I don't know if we want to get all the timelines cleaned up now or agree that staff will clean them up afterwards as far as the formatting.
we do that just to make it more consistent.
Yeah, staff can take care of that after the meeting.
Okay.
I think really we're just looking for any substantial changes currently, just to make sure we're capturing that and we're all on the same page.
This ad hoc work plan item has been a tough one. Is staff on board for what we have listed?
In terms of high priority, I think we've agreed on reviewing the first portion, right? What needs to be updated, what needs further review, what may be outdated, all of those bullet points. Work with staff to review CEQA. Again, I think it's step by step. I think that's ambitious to complete, obviously, by the end of this calendar year. So that will be challenging. But it also, I think it's dependent on the first step, which staff has completed, and we're working with the ad hoc to solicit their input.
Thank you. Regarding the CEQA item, is there much work associated with just reviewing the status of what CEQA is? Just so we're able to.
But I think until we have a final product and we understand the scope, then that impacts CEQA. So I think we're trying to chunk each item first. So I think tackling and completing the first set of bullet points will then impact the status of the CEQA, which then we would be able to answer.
Okay, so this probably does meet the requirement to remain as an ad hoc. Do we need to change the dates on this? Is that Q2 FY26 still is realistic?
It will take at least through fiscal year 26, quarter 2. So.
Okay.
For the life of this work plan, is it more realistic to just have that first section and expect that's going to be done and these other items are sort of next steps for the future. You think that's fair characterization?
I think that I would agree to that.
Okay.
Just because in all fairness, this first step was on last year's work plan.
I would be in favor of moving those, not saying high priority, low priority, but just to reduce expectations that it's all going to get done in the life of this work plan. I would also maybe take off the funding for consultant will likely be required eventually, because if that's not in the life, it's an internal note, staff's aware of it. Just reading this, you can understand there's going to be some expertise needed. I just want to make sure that we're capturing this work plan and what's actually going to be done, because it is something that the public needs to understand and have realistic expectations. So those would be my thoughts for this item.
Yeah.
I would support removing the funding. I'm wondering if we can move the second and third items under high priority to low priority, just for tracking purposes. And
Which one?
the CEQA review and the path forward, just move those to lower priority. And with the thought that we're focusing on the high priority items, and
If we get to the lower priority, we do. Okay,
that's right.
I support that. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Cribbs?
Well, only to say that this has been going on for quite a long time. Is that not correct, Vice Chair?
No,
Have we-
it was just resurrected.
That's what I'm saying, is that it started and then it stopped and it
Yes.
got stymied during COVID, and then it brought up. I mean, I think it's important for people to know how long it's been going on, not because it's anybody's fault, but just because people have been trying to get this done for a long time. I think it's important to leave it on there. Remove the funding right now because that's kind of an issue, but make sure that maybe there's a date that goes on it when it was first established, when it was first thought of. I don't know. Up in the left-hand corner where it says previously developed but not completed, maybe just put a date in there. And I don't remember when it would be. We'd have to go back and look.
The current draft BCCP does have a date, so we could add that into the high priority item.
Yeah, I think that would be good. That's all.
I think there's a link to it on the website, on our website.
Okay, let's move to. Oh. Thank you. Let's move to the next item, please. Okay, nature reserve access policy. That one's getting ready to get wrapped up anyway, right?
Yes, the ad hoc is looking forward to presenting soon to the commission and wrapping up work. So and closing the ad hoc, converting it to likely converting it to liaison roles, which could just be covered by the open space preserve liaisons.
Now,
And the ad hoc did meet for a site visit with staff this past month, and this strategy was discussed then.
Right.
So that the timeline could be, and the timeline is accurately reflected already, formatting aside for Q1 25 through Q1 26.
okay, any comments? Staff? You guys good? Okay, cool. All right. Let's move to the next one. Recreation Wellness Center. So we now have Coverly. Well, we haven't talked about that one yet, but so the thought here is to move the Recreation Wellness Center down as a liaison and move the Coverly liaison up in its place. So Any comments from the ad hoc on that one? Commissioner Cripps?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay.
And just to say about Cubberley, I think that having this particular ad hoc address the wholeness of Cubberley is going to be really important for the commissioner, for the commission to have the opportunity to really support what's going on at Cubberley for everybody, not just for recreation and wellness centers. So I think that the whole community, in order for this to move forward, is going to have to be behind it, and the commission is also. And I think that having a Cubberley ad hoc will really focus on that and allow the commissioners to make sure that we're all reflecting recreation needs as much as possible. Sorry.
Well said.
So.
Commissioner Vice Chair Greenfield.
So is the work plan item remaining open or it's tying off? Are we keeping the work plan open for the rest of the calendar year? Or are we closing the work plan item off before that? And my other comment on that is, I think the measure of successes should be adjusted because it's highly ambitious and
Well, I'll defer to Commissioner Cribs, but they have completed the, formed the partnership and the letter of intent that's been done. So the work, and I think the charter from the city council was to investigate particular spaces that would be where a wellness center would be located. I think that's been addressed, and if that doesn't become a reality in the future, which we're not thinking that's going to happen, but then we would resurface this at that point. But
my point is the measure of success is something that should be accomplishable within the timeline of the ad hoc. And obviously completing the facility isn't going to happen this year.
But that wasn't the objective here anyway.
Then it shouldn't be listed as the measure of success, is my point. And we have our,
Completing, I see what you're saying.
What would you like that to say?
Completing the facility of the community.
something more reflecting what, completing some of the high priority items. Something that's accomplishable for the ad hoc.
Chair, so are we keeping this on the work plan?
No, we're moving the intent is to move this off the work plan.
So then, do we need to identify the measure of success if it's coming off?
So when you say we're moving it off the work plan, we're changing, the timeline will be FY25. So we're effectively completing this work plan item.
And then it's becoming a liaison, right? So I think what Vice Chair is saying is that adjust the statement about what is the success, and then closing this, and then moving it down to a liaison. So.
So would it be more useful to look at the Cubberley ad hoc and see what its goals and objectives are, and then fold in, if necessary, the Recreation Wellness Center into that, instead of looking at this one and try to adjust it for the fact that we're changing it?
Okay.
So we need to change the timeline to be FY25.
Right.
Because effectively it's ending now, this is the end of FY25. Changing the measures of success when the ad hoc's done is kind of cheating a little bit, but I kind of feel like it's a little bit, measure of success was a little bit misstated from the start. So whatever you want to do.
So
you were saying that this would get deleted off the work plan, it would get folded into the Cubberley. And then this would become a liaison role. Okay.
Exactly.
I would suggest that we shouldn't be deleting it off the work plan. We're just.
No, not at all.
I mean, we're leaving it on the work plan, but the timeline is set for FY25, so it's a completed item on the
We're
work
closing
plan.
the work plan. Right.
And then I might recommend the measure of success be those tasks that council,
Presented to
the motion that they passed when we first brought the wellness center to council.
yeah,
They had specific tasks to complete.
replace this with that language.
Yeah.
Right.
And I
Okay.
can provide that to you, Eric.
Okay. All right. All right.
Four more.
One more.
Four more.
Oh my God. I was afraid to look at my list. Okay, playing fields. I think that's where we are here. Oh, this is the easy one. I see no changes here. Oh, you guys, the ad hoc have to say about this one.
The measure of success should be edited since the CIP funding has been approved. Under measure of success, it can, in the first paragraph, it could end after field and everything from comma contingent afterwards can be deleted because that contingency has been removed.
Sorry, this is in relation to El Camino Park. So it's still technically funded for fiscal year 26, which starts in July. So I think that language is still, in terms of measure of success, within the departmental report, I highlighted that the turf study will be coming to the full commission and we'll be working with this ad hoc in July. And then in August, we'll be soliciting feedback from the entire commission during your August meeting, which will then be reflected in the final report to City Council in October. And then from there, those decisions within the report will impact El Camino.
Do you believe there's a possibility that El Camino turf replacement can happen this calendar year? Because that's the end date for this ad hoc. That's what I was basing that comment on.
Okay. No, it will not be complete.
But it would be in progress, right?
It depends on the findings, I think, right? There's based on the turf study.
What's the end date for the turf study? Do we have?
We're planning to have final turf study presented to City Council in October.
So that's not going to happen then.
So we could add a measure of success to something, we could add something regarding the turf study under measure of success. So that is something new. A measure of success could be the turf study is forwarded to City Council
For approval or evaluation,
for consideration.
consideration, yeah. Okay. So would you take out successful replacement of end of life? Because that's not gonna
No,
happen.
that still applies to Mayfield. I would
Oh, okay,
I would
okay.
start a new
Well,
line.
maybe-
I would start a new line for turf study as a separate
Okay.
measure of success.
Start a new line for turf study, right? Okay. Yeah. And would you want to put Mayfield in parentheses there or not? To then,
For the first item.
Yeah.
We could, it's listed under high priority items, so it's implicit, but
Did you want to add a date to where it says forwarded to city council for evaluation by end of the calendar
October.
year? Or
I would have it by the end of the year, by the end of the calendar year, which is the timeline, so I
Yeah.
don't think we need to add a date.
okay.
so that's still FY 26 as well.
The timeline has been, is correct as listed.
Okay.
Because this ad hoc did start doing different work, other work at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay. Any comments from any other commissioners? Staff, you good with that? Okay.
I'm backing up just a little bit. I just want to note that the BCCP current draft plan, the date of it is May 22. So we were talking about adding the date into the title or the date into the high priority item.
Back to, I think you're referring to the conservation plan.
The Baylands
So back to one of the
Comprehensive
previous
Conservation
goals,
Plan,
Eric.
BCCP.
So where would you like that?
So under high priority item, review May 20, instead of current, say, replace current with May 2022. That doesn't reflect when the project started, but it reflects the draft that we're reviewing.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Let's go to, I guess, middle school athletics, right? Oh, record courts policy. How can we forget that one?
How could you forget?
Okay, that's Commissioner Cribbs and myself. That one. Let's see. Commissioner Cribbs, looks good. I don't. So we're hoping that this gets presented, the policy itself gets presented at the August meeting, so. But that, I think some of this has to go to the city council as well. That could be October, November, I guess. So maybe that we're looking at the end of the year.
I don't think that the city council work should be reflected in our timeline, but I would suggest giving ourselves flexibility and keep it open through the end of the calendar year.
In the calendar, yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, I think,
My only suggestion would just be to rename the goal to racket court policy update. Otherwise, it kind of reads like a liaison, like ongoing. It seems like a discrete update is what's in the scope of this.
record courts policy update.
Yes.
Okay. I like that. Staff, you okay with that? Okay. Okay, I think we're. Yeah, question.
Measure of success.
I don't
Backing up to the measure of success on item.
meet with stakeholders, feedback and review court reservation systems and uses.
No, the measure of
Oh, sorry.
success, previous line.
Court reservation policy update. Yes.
So you want to say,
Warranted in there?
We know it's warranted.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
no, you-
so I think what you're saying, make a recommendation. I don't think you need to include the time because it might be Q2, 26, or the date.
So just court reservation policy update recommendation.
and take out the warranted. Yeah.
So maybe
Yes.
to recommendation to city council, or is it, this is something that city council would have to approve?
I think they have in the past.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we can get rid of the comma after update. This is an update recommendation to city council.
All right. I think we're good with that one. Move on. See that? Went through that in like 5 minutes, not bad. That's the last. Oh, Coverly.
There's Chair, Middle School Athletics is next, and then Coverly.
Okay.
2 more.
All right. Okay, the ad hoc for that one. Any comments? This should be still pretty fresh. So on that one.
Do we need to adjust the timeline? And if so, to what?
What was August?
The goal was meant to be some sort of more than a discussion by August, and I don't know that that's going to happen. What do you think?
Or would it be by the end of the year?
Hmm?
Or quarter, or fiscal year Q2?
I don't know the current schedule, so I can't weigh in on this one.
I think we would have to say by end of 2025 at this point.
Yeah, I think that
It's more
works better.
realistic.
Yep.
I think the timeline should be more generic and the detail of the timeline should be included in the priorities or measure of success. And the timeline is Q1 25 to FY 25 Q1 to FY 26 Q2.
So to be consistent with the format of the others.
Yes.
Do you have a comment, Commissioner?
So Anne and Amanda, remember we met with Adam 2 months ago, and we were supposed to meet some stakeholders, and I missed the meeting. Then I received emails from Green Middle School about there's a contractor after-school program which is for free from YMCA. I don't know if it's related to the middle school athletics. Just information to share. You have no idea. Maybe we need to reach out to Adam and check it out.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
So are there any other changes to this?
No, looks good.
So the timeline still isn't really consistent with the others. The actions, I'm suggesting that the actions shouldn't be included in the timeline. It should be included in the priorities or measure of success.
Or recommendations to the city council, right?
So it can just say fiscal year 25, start there and then take out everything after Q2.
well,
right? Is that what you're,
well, move it to the measure of success.
right?
Forward recommendation two.
I'm also kind of wondering how measurable the feel competent part of the measure of success is. Maybe we could change the wording on that.
Do you have a recommendation on what that might be?
No, it's not my project.
Whose project? Okay. Who's on the ad hoc for that?
Us three are.
Oh.
So what specifically are you asking us to change about the work plan item?
I'm suggesting that as a measure of success, feeling confident about a program moving forward is difficult to measure.
Community,
It's pretty abstract.
under the measure of success,
Yes,
says, um, Community Commission Council feel confident in MS.
I mean, I don't know if you're, I mean, a measure of success could be that the MSA.
I'm fine
program-
with striking that and then just keeping forward recommendations to city council for discussion because that would, the first part would be inherent in the second part. So
Oh,
if the other ad hoc members are okay with that change.
Could there be any more detail describing what the recommendation would be?
Well, it sounds
No,
like
because I don't have that information. yet.
they don't have, it sounds like they they don't have that information. So,
Something as much as forward recommendation regarding MSA program providers or something, just something to make it a little bit more.
I think just
specific.
leaving it generic is fine right now.
okay. Let's move on to. Can we get to Coverly now? Okay, thank you. I've just been waiting for that one. Okay. Let's see. We proceed and put on space use and site activation, effective collaboration.
So our project, just to provide more on like the timeline, our project schedule is to have a master plan completed by the end of the calendar year. That would be presented to council in December, but then wouldn't go to council for final adoption until March of 2026. Because we still need to align it with CEQA and have CEQA go at the same time. Just wanted to provide that schedule. So if the goal is to tie a task through the end of the calendar year or Q2 of the fiscal year, that might be a good place to tie it to.
So it'd be FY 25 and FY 26, correct?
It's just FY 26 Q1, Q2. There's no FY
Because we're
25.
just starting it,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And I'd suggest removing the goal, moving the goal from timeline to goals, the goal section perhaps.
Vision of complete. What does that mean, actually? Goal of a complete vision? Are we talking about the design?
Yeah, I would just say complete a master plan.
Okay.
Or was it master plan recommendation for the city council for approval? Consideration?
Yeah, we would probably ask the PRC to make a recommendation to city council.
PRC and then that's city council, right? All right.
Yeah,
So I think you can get rid of complete before at the beginning.
So would you add forward to the PRC for recommendation and city council for approval? Is that the way we're saying that?
no, I may have misspoke. So this is a measure of success for the commission is to forward a recommendation to the city
Got
council.
it, got it, got it. Okay.
So it should probably be forwarded instead of forward.
Commissioner Cribb or Commissioner Way, anything, I guess, on this one, right?
I would love to see us on the lower priority support ongoing community engagement efforts, move that over to a high priority. So I think that the commission has a role to play as a cheerleader for this wonderful opportunity that we have.
I support that.
Hmm?
I support that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from any other commissioner? Commissioner Dean?
Should we add under high priority to engage with Concordia since they're a critical part of this plan?
Hmm.
I think that is part of the ongoing community engagement efforts. As
Okay.
a consultant, they're leading that, so I think that would be wrapped up in there.
Right.
I did want to ask if you wanted to reference the Recreation Wellness Center here, or if
Or
we feel
the-
like since it's still up top that we're okay.
Where would we, where are you suggesting that we reference that?
I'm not necessarily, I just wanted to make sure we weren't
Yeah,
forgetting
no,
it.
I
if-
agree, I agree.
If it
I agree.
was, if the intent, I thought earlier someone mentioned we would make sure that that was included in this.
Just don't assume,
project,
but make
yeah.
note of it.
But if we don't have to, if we feel like it's assumed that it's part of the Cubberley project.
It doesn't hurt to include it here. And we're not sure if we are going to take the recreation wellness center off the work plan.
No,
We will,
no,
no,
the Recreation Wellness Center?
Yeah.
Will become a liaison.
ad hoc.
No, won't be an ad hoc.
No, it won't be an ad hoc, right?
Mm.
But I guess the question is, do we add it anyway here? I mean, we're not mentioning any of the other groups. Well, yeah. So I think we leave it as is. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the fun stuff that should take 3 minutes. Oh, we have to approve this, don't we?
I think we'll approve everything all at once. And when
Second.
the liaison and ad hoc assignments will be approved at the same time.
Okay.
It's a single action.
Chair Freeman, I think next, if we have Eric pull up the ad hocs and liaisons and sheet. And here we can make sure we're able to capture all the work that you've just completed.
Okay, sounds like a plan. All right. So for the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan. Chair, Vice Chair Greenfield, Commissioner Kleinhaus, Commissioner Way, you guys are still good with that one?
Could I suggest that we update the list of ad hocs before reviewing the ad hoc members?
Oh, yes, on this.
Yeah, so I can help kind of drive a little bit. So I think, Eric, it sounds like, and commissioners, please correct me if I'm wrong, there was a lot that just took place. But the CIP review, that will be going down to a liaison. In addition to, oh gosh, we went back and forth with park dedication. Where did that one land?
We left it as a work plan.
Yes, all is on the work plan, but I
Think
I
we might-
believe there was 3 commissioners who expressed wanting it to go to a liaison. And one suggested keeping it as an ad hoc. So I'm not entirely sure.
So we were, so like,
There might
We were
need a
moving-
little bit more discussion on that.
I think there were 4 of us.
Of
that
4?
talked about
Okay.
it Moving.
Yeah.
Okay, so park dedication moving down
the
to
liaison,
liaison.
right?
And then I'm also seeing the Recreation
The Wellness
Wellness Center
Exactly.
down to a liaison, and then we'll need to add the Coverly as an ad hoc.
Well, it's
And
already, it's in there.
It's under as a liaison. Do
so
you
you
want to
wanna move-
just,
But it's that, yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Can we take a quick look at the liaison list, just to make sure that everyone's is still in agreement that these are good?
Yeah, I would, for parks dedication, I would just remove the fiscal year 26.
Yes.
But other than that, it looks good.
And then I think one other, if you go up to ad hocs, racket court policy
Updates, right, right.
And then I believe it's the Coverly project.
Is that the label we have for the? Okay, work
Correct.
plan? Okay. All right,
I don't think I'm in the playing field ad hoc. I added myself to the,
wait a minute, we're not there yet.
okay.
Playing field should be fields is,
Am I part of the Coverly project?
sorry, playing
Hmm.
fields, playing field. We haven't decided that yet.
Okay,
Yeah, I think Commissioner Dunn is right. I think you should be, Commissioner Dunn is in the Coverly project.
wait a minute,
and-
we haven't got
Okay.
there yet.
Okay, I thought we're
gotta
doing the,
go-
okay, just
we'll
do the
go-
titles.
we'll go
Okay,
in
got it.
order.
Okay.
So Bayland Comprehensive Conservation Plan, Currently, Commissioner Greenfield, Commissioner Kleinhoff, and Commissioner Way with staff liaison Sarah. Is that still good? Okay, no objections there? Okay. You can check that one off. Nature Preserve Access Policy. So I'm going to ask to remove myself from that one.
So we are wrapping.
Oh, we're wrapping that
we're
one up.
Wrapping that project up.
No, I'll stay on it.
You can hang on for a month, maybe.
I forgot. Yeah, we are wrapping that one up. That's true. Okay. Coverly project. So currently, Commissioner, so is that good for two? What's the thoughts there?
My thought is that I'm happy to give some other commissioner the opportunity to serve on the Coverly project ad hoc, because I have been pretty engaged and involved with both the Wellness Center and the Coverly project over the past years, and it would be good to have another view, another voice. I'm just very committed to making sure that the Coverly project moves forward through the community.
Okay. So you can- yeah.
And that it's not just a recreation wellness center, but it is for everybody. So
And I will also put my hat there as well. I've been on that one for 3 years, so it's an opportunity for someone else to jump on there as well. So and it's going to be a fun project. So
I'm happy
Okay.
to jump on.
okay, Commissioner, things on that one. Anyone else looking going once, going twice?
So I'm not raising my hand to join this, but I'd just like to observe again that I know Commissioner Cribbs and Chair Freeman have suggested they could move off, but I think having the three commissioners that are also on the board members of mirroring the board members of the Wellness Center isn't the best practice for the commission.
I mean, that's might be a discussion for a different date, but I don't see. Well, give me your rationale for that.
My rationale for that is that the perception could be that the commission members that are on the Coverly ad hoc could be swayed and could be leaning towards the Gym Wellness Center project unduly, giving it priority. I'm not suggesting that they would actually happen. I'm just saying that the potential for the perception is there.
But I think my point is you could have that same perception with anything, whether someone has a pet, whether it be a dog or a cat, and that's an objection to something happening, a dog park or a community garden. So I don't see that as being, possible conflict. Well, there's a lot of things that we discussed on the commission that we're all sort of involved in, in our own personal lives. So, but I'm open to, like I said, moving off of that ad hoc into doing something else. So, and giving someone else an opportunity to move on. I don't think the perception is. It's been, that's what it's been for the last 3 years. So.
My point is understanding that the previous ad hoc has been the Recreation Wellness Center. The ad hoc now is the focus of the ad hoc is changing, expanding beyond the Rec Wellness Center, and we're talking about potentially having the three members of the PRC ad hoc on the Cubberley project ad hoc, also being on the nonprofit board that's doing great work to support the wellness center. But that's my concern.
All right, we can't just leave it open. So anyone else want to volunteer to be on there can.
And unfortunately, Commissioner Kleinhaus is not here this evening, so I don't know if she has an interest in being on it. I wouldn't want necessarily to assign it to her if she couldn't take that on, but it might be worth discussing at some point.
Yeah, okay. So we'll leave it as is for now. And then,
Chair, why don't you stay on it and I will remove myself? Or we can remove myself. And then there'll be another commissioner when both
In
Vice
December.
Chair Greenfield and I leave in October.
true, okay. All right, so we'll take,
I appreciate the gesture, but I don't think it really changes if there isn't a commissioner who's not on the board as part of the ad hoc.
So then maybe rephrase what your concern is so that we can really understand.
My concern is the perception of a lack of diversity of opinion coming from the PRC ad hoc, from a commissioner who is not on the nonprofit board for the wellness center. Is that clear?
I don't, yeah,
And I'm interested in staff's thoughts on that.
okay, so we'll remove Commissioner Cripps. from it.
And I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting that it's not a personal statement. And
No,
I'm
it's not totally,
not suggesting.
I totally understand that. I just don't understand the argument behind it. So that's,
No, I think we're wrestling with this because we want the Cubberley project to be successful. It's an incredible opportunity for Palo Alto and there can't be anything that's a distraction
That's
that gets in the
exact-
way.
Yep.
So
That's my
perhaps,
concern.
pardon me?
And that is my concern.
So perhaps you should stay on the Cubberley ad hoc and we'll just wait until you can be an ad hoc by yourself. We'll wait until October and you have 2 new commissioners and they can step into that role, bring a fresh perspective.
so you could step in and Ting and I'll step off and we'll ask to recruit, well, ask Commissioner Kleinhaus if she's willing to be a member of this ad hoc, and we'll have 2 new members in December and give them the opportunity.
So to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that
No, I understand.
I wasn't suggesting that there shouldn't be any members of the nonprofit board on the ad hoc. I was just suggesting that it shouldn't be a exclusive group. And I also wasn't volunteering to be on the ad hoc or
Okay,
lobbying for that privilege.
okay. Well, we'll come back to that one. Okay, Plain.
I don't think that we've applied that diversity of thought standard to any ad hoc liaison since I've been on the commission. There's certainly ones on here where there's 2 commissioners that think very similarly on a particular topic. So, I mean, I think you're tying it to a specific affiliation, but this is a new standard that I haven't seen applied before.
I appreciate that, but I don't feel like there's been a situation like this. So I think the others, it's.
I mean, I guess any commissioner or any private citizen could be members of any organization and be a member of the commission or join the commission as, I mean, what if I was if any of us were board members of some other organization that we're represent, I guess you could recluse yourself, but I mean, I understand, and it's a point that has been brought up a couple of times, so it's not new. So we just have to figure out how we work our way through it, so. Can we move on to playing fields and we'll come back to them? Staff? So good.
I was just going to say, we could assign Commissioner Kleinhaus to it. And if she's
would solve the problem.
strongly opposed to it, we could revisit. So just an option. What's that?
Well, we don't know.
Well, if she doesn't have the time to be on the ad hoc. It's your call.
And if she doesn't want to be on it, then we don't have any representation. I'll stay on it and we can put Commissioner Kleinhaus on it. And if she decides that's not something she wants to, that she's not in favor of, then we'll put her on something else. Okay, playing fields.
Yeah, I don't think I'm on it because I'm adding myself on two other ones. One's the Bayland Comprehensive and the other is the record courts. So it's probably just typo mistake. I'm not on the playing fields one.
Okay.
And may I kindly ask to move myself off the ad hoc? I love playing soccer. I think I'm more concerned about the reserving or the playing field brokering method or policy instead of the synthetic
So what are you
turf
asking?
study.
You're asking to do what?
To take myself off
Off of which one?
the ad hoc, the playing field.
You're not on.
I think when I was assigned, I wasn't at the meeting anyway.
Oh, so you're only on,
I'm on
so what do you-
Coventry and the middle school athletics.
okay. Let's. Anyone else want to be on playing fields?
I would.
Okay, good. Thank you. Your racket courts policy. This crib's bringing them away. We'll stay. We're getting ready.
Staying there.
We're staying there. Okay. And then. So Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Brown, do you have a preference for? And actually, you're like all over the place on the list. So, or, okay, you've got aquatics, you've got dog parks, you've got funding. And I've got golf with cribs. What's the, could you explain the Palo Alto Unified School District? I've never, what is that? Is that a real? Liz?
Is it a real thing? So in the past, commissioners have attended the city school liaison committee as to observe. You know, there's, right now, we don't a lot of the items that might be related to PAUSD, like youth, are represented somewhere else. Or fields, you know, if we're using school fields, that would be under the fields one, so.
But we are using school fields, right?
Well, we maintain them through a field use, a field maintenance agreement. So it's up to you. We could keep it and talk about how you might be able to plug in more.
Well, I think it's important. I mean,
Yeah.
we're especially now with Coverly coming into
Mhm.
play, so.
So, and just to add to that, I think this is a really important function for us to have.
Yeah.
Especially if we can continue to talk with the school district and have a dialogue about sharing facilities in more than we do now, and then working out some of the things that we do now so that they move a little bit more smoothly.
I think we talked about this at a retreat, and Christian, you're part of this, meeting. You attend this meeting regularly,
I do.
and was an idea thrown out that you might review the agendas and notify the liaison or someone else if it's an appropriate meeting to look to attend.
Yes, thank you for that reminder. I will say they haven't met in several months, so I have not failed at that task. And their next meeting is in August, so I will make sure to do that. So thank you, Vice Chair Greenfield, for
Okay. So
a
in that
reminder.
case, I'll stay on that one.
Okay, super.
Looking, anyone want to be added to any of the last ones? I don't want to take people off, but we can always add.
I'd suggest that we do need to we need to go down to a maximum of 2 people in liaison roles. So CIP review and Rec Wellness Center, which moved down, need some adjustment.
Yes.
I might make a recommendation that on the CIP review, Commissioner Kleinhouse be removed since you added her to somewhere else and she actually mentioned offline that she doesn't want to be on the
Okay.
CIP review. So
I'd also suggest it's covered now, but it's a best practice moving forward to consider that the chair be part of that ad hoc or that liaison group.
Which one?
CIP review.
Yeah. Well, Commissioner Brown and I, whatever. Yeah, good. Okay. All right.
And then the Recreation Wellness Center still has 3.
So you need to stay on that one. I'll take myself off of that one. And that'll be Ding and Grips. So how many do I have now? 1, 2, 3, 4. And how many can you go up? I can't remember. I think that's what happened last time. I lost track. And I put my name. So 1, 2, I'm on 2, right? 3. All right.
One's ending.
Oh, that's true. Okay, we're good. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me of that one. That's good. All right, I think we're good. Okay, so we can close this one and vote on it.
Just as an observation, I think it's good for the liaisons to have 2 liaisons on the committees or on the liaison where the 2 commissioners are going to be leaving in the fall. So there's some background and sharing of information.
Yes, I was thinking about that. So if anybody would like to transition towards safe routes, there's an open second slot there.
Who is being deprived?
And this is really kind of a liaison to the Office of Transportation in general, as it may apply to
Safe parks, yeah.
PRC items. And actually, they've been quite active in presenting to us this year.
Okay, well, it just means that one of the 2 new people will be automatically assigned to that one. Okay. Whoever they may be. All right. What's the next step?
A motion and a second to approve the work plan and ad hocs. Do we need to do that?
and establish a Coverly ad hoc.
Okay, can I have a motion from someone? Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the work plan and the ad hoc liaison, this members as presented. Take a second.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to request a split motion because I'm not going to be voting in favor of moving the park dedication from ad hoc to liaison, but I'm going to vote in favor of everything else.
Okay, in that case, let me take roll here. So Commissioner Dang,
So before you do that, can I clarify that? So the first motion is that you're voting on now is what?
The work plan,
Okay,
approval of the work plan.
just wanted to be clear.
Yes.
Vice Chair Greenfield.
Excuse me, before we move forward. So procedurally, I think as an action here, there should be a single motion to approve everything. But I'm happy to approve everything except for the one move of moving the park dedication ad hoc to liaison roles. So I would suggest a split motion that supports all of the work plan changes and the ad hoc and liaison updates, with the exception of moving park dedication to ad hoc, which I'll be voting no on.
Eric, would you be able to display that on the screen, the motion?
Yeah.
Eric, I also just Teamsed you. I don't know if you have access, at least, oh, okay. Are you able to cut and paste the title of the item and then increase the font size? And I think that's a good starting point. Then we can clarify, I think, Commissioner Greenfield, but Greenfield, I apologize, would like to amend, I think, just the assigning an ad hoc and liaison roles. We can clarify that.
And then would that end with except for the park dedication item, or how would you like that worded?
Except for moving park dedication from an ad hoc to a liaison role.
But I also think there's a first and second on the floor that I heard. So I think the process typically is you do roll call for the first and second. That's on the floor. Eric was completing roll call and then would bring it back, and then you could potentially also have time to speak depending on where the motion, if it carries or not.
Okay.
the time to speak would be before the voting, not after the voting, whether it carries or not. And the time to speak would be after the first and the second. And that would be the appropriate time to request a split motion, which is what I did.
So will we vote on the first motion first?
Yes, I think you should have the second part pulled out and displayed.
Listed as a second motion before voting on the first motion.
I think, I'm just trying to think how city council does it
Okay.
when this happens at council.
Well, you're making an amendment, right? So you would have to get a second on the amendment, wouldn't you?
I don't think it's an amendment, it's just splitting the voting.
Okay.
So instead of voting on all those items at once in the recommendation,
That's an
we're
exception.
splitting it.
Okay. Okay, can we proceed with the vote?
No, so Kristen was suggesting we should list the second item that would be this split. That should be listed out before voting on the first one. No, that should stay as part of the first one. And then the second item should be change the park dedication ad hoc to a liaison role. Thank you.
Okay, so this is for the motion to establish a Cubberley ad hoc and amend the approval of the Parks and Recreation Commission 2025 work plan and assign commission ad hoc and liaison roles, except for moving park dedication from an ad hoc to a liaison role. Commissioner Dang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Greenfield,
I'm sorry, can you walk us, I don't understand the process of what you're asking us to vote on right now.
Just A.
And
front of you.
and A is everything we've talked about. It's creating the Cubberley ad hoc. It's all of the updates to the work plan, and it's all of the ad hoc and liaison.
So it was the initial motion.
It's the initial
yeah,
motion.
yeah.
Yes.
Vice Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Way.
Yes.
Motion passes with 6-1, but for motion B would be motion B, Commissioner Dang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Greenfield,
No.
Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cribbs,
Yes.
and Commissioner Way.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So to be clear, it's not an A or a B. They were two separate motions to capture the whole discussion. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I just want to confirm that the vote was 6-0 for A. I thought I heard 6-1, or maybe I misheard.
You're correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes number 3. Can we take a 5-minute break and then we can jump on what's number 2? Number 4? Coverly.
we're ready to start.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started with item number 2 on the business items.
All right, good evening, Commissioners, Chair Freeman and Vice Chair Greenfield. I'm Amanda Demmel, Assistant Director for Community Services, and I'm joined tonight by Christine Paras, Assistant Director for Administrative Services. We're here tonight to provide you an informational update on the Coverly Community Center project, including a summary of community meeting number 2, collect your feedback on the conceptual designs, share the results of the first community poll, collect your feedback on the strategic activation plan, and share work plan updates. Next slide, please. First, to share some work plan updates. We last met with the PRC on April 22nd, and the completed project milestones since we last met are April 22nd, we released the first community poll. June 9th, we reviewed the full results with City Council, which we will be reviewing with you this evening. June 12th, we had our second community master planning meeting, which we will also be reviewing with you this evening. June 19th, we met with the Public Art Commission about the strategic activation plan, which we will also be reviewing with you this evening. The next set of milestones coming up are, we are meeting with you tonight. July 9th, we will be meeting with the Planning and Transportation Commission. July 17th, we will be meeting with the Architectural Review Board. August 18th, we will be going back to the full City Council. September 17th, we'll be hosting our 3rd community meeting for the master planning process. And September 23rd, we will be coming back to be meeting with you all at the Parks and Recreation Commission. Next slide, please.
Good evening, Christine Pross, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. We wanted to go through poll results of the first poll. So voter polling is a critical planning tool that will directly inform the upcoming community meetings, serve as a foundation for development of the master plan, and will provide insight into the potential success of a ballot measure. We partnered with FM3 to design the poll, which included input from the Coverly Ad Hoc Committee and the City Council regarding themes and other polling elements. The City Council supported the launch of this poll, where the focus was to survey voter input of the goals and future of the Coverly site and provide support and what possible support for a tax or bond measure looks like. The poll ran from April 28th through May 7th and surveyed 437 Palo Alto voters. The results from the poll were reviewed by the ad hoc committee on May 16th with the City Council on June 9th. And those results can be found under meeting materials for the June 9th council meeting if you want to see them in detail. Our work plan includes 3 polls. The second poll is scheduled to launch in fall 2025 and the third in spring 2026, and will inform voter support in more detail. The second poll will test a refined concept plan, possible phased approach to the site, tax characteristics, and bond sizing. And the third poll will test voter support of ballot measure language. Next slide, please. Thank you. Overall, there is broad support for improvements at the Coverly site. The good news is that there's opportunities to engage with the community on messaging to strengthen this support. There are 3 priorities that really resounded with the voters. Those 3 are ensuring that we have efficient use of taxpayer dollars, especially in this economic climate. You know, that was a key. Accountability and use of those dollars was just a key element that voters prioritized. Second, basic building improvements such as electrical, plumbing, and earthquake retrofitting. Some comments from voters, and also, you know, what polled highly in this round was bringing these buildings up to standards, as they are old and and things like, internet, Wi-Fi, whatnot of modern buildings just aren't at Cubberley, and folks wanted to see that. And then finally, green space goes without saying, as a Palo Alto being a green community and valuing that in their outside environment, they did say that green space was something that was important. Messages that were persuasive for respondents of the poll focused on those basic repairs for safety improvements, as well as providing childcare and affordable recreation opportunities at the site. And then down below that, less important to voters were unfortunately something that, we had a public speaker talk about it earlier, 2 of them, on pickleball, tennis courts, and dog parks. So athletics and adult education were relatively low priorities for them, not saying they weren't important, just as far as voters and how they were polled, not as important as the ones up above. As far as dollars and cents, a strong majority of voters were willing to pay up to $250 per year per household for this project. Some were willing to pay as much as $500 per year. However, at that level, 2/3 voter support, which is needed to pass either a parcel tax measure or bond measure, wasn't achieved. So this poses an opportunity for us, staff and our political strategy firm to further refine voter messaging and engagement to get the word out there of this project. So I'll turn it back to Amanda.
Thank you, Ms. Peraz. Next slide, please. All right. Next, we'll share with you an overview of the community meeting number 2. On June 12th, the city held the second community meeting for the Cubberley Community Center Master Plan facilitated by Concordia. We had about 130 community members attend. The meeting began with Concordia sharing a revised vision statement, which was developed using community input from the first community meeting on March 19th. At the March meeting, community members were invited to review the City Council's original vision statement and suggest ideas to expand and enhance upon it. You can see the 2 vision statements here on the slide. They're very similar, the community only adding 2 words, adaptable and connections. The final community revised vision statement reads, "A vibrant, beloved, and adaptable destination that promotes learning, connections, joy, and well-being where all cultures and generations belong." The revised statement reflects community priorities such as adaptability and connection while staying true to the spirit of Council's original vision. Next slide, please. After presenting the revised vision statement, Concordia presented a recap of community meeting 1 and then oriented the audience to the 3 conceptual plans being presented. Each variation includes an A, B, and C variation that explored different configurations of building placement, new construction versus renovation, green space, bike and pedestrian circulation, and parking, which includes above and below ground options. Next slide, please. Participants then completed 2 activities. Activity 1, each table of up to 8 members shared their feedback as a group on aspects that they liked and did not like, placing 9 red and 9 green dot stickers on concept plans, and then it's expanded upon that when writing in the diagrams on the big sheets of paper on their tables. Activity 2, each participant reviewed the key design elements individually on a handout, rating 6 categories: arrival and parking, pedestrian circulation, building scale and physical space organization, landscape and green space organization, balance of building and green space, and being a good neighbor to the surrounding neighborhoods and businesses. A full summary report is currently being compiled by Concordia, and we should have that in a few weeks. Next slide, please. Now we will review with you the 3 conceptual designs for the Cubberley site that Concordia shared with the community at the June 12th meeting. This is also attachment B in your packets. First, a few pieces of information about the facilities. Next slide, please. All the buildings were constructed between 1945 and 1968. This predates the Americans with Disabilities Act, which was passed in 1990, as well as subsequent code updates and alterations for change of use. Next slide, please. Additionally, a facilities assessment was conducted in 2022 and found that in 3 years, which is 2025, most of the buildings at the Cubberley site will be near end of their useful life. And within 10 to 20 years, all of the buildings will be end of life. All of the buildings have code, maintenance, and facility deficiencies. Next slide, please. One thing we'd also like to highlight is the square footage of the existing site versus the proposed site. Currently, on the existing site right now, we have 250,000 square feet of outdoor space, 184,000 square feet of indoor space, and 121,000 square feet of parking. All 3 of the new proposed sites are relatively similar in square footage and are all net positive gains. Outdoor space goes from 250,000 to 335,000 square feet. Indoor from 184 to 280,000 square feet, and parking from 121 to 210,000 square feet. So we just want to highlight that not only will we gain green space, which has been identified as a key priority for the community, but we'd also have enough indoor space to maintain what we currently have now, plus gain nearly an additional 100,000 square feet of indoor space. Next slide, please. Okay, we have 3 conceptual designs to present to you: the diagonal, the grid, and the linear. Each design will show you key design features, including building layouts, green space, promenades, and pedestrian and bike circulations. The differing options and concepts will be new construction, renovation, and structured parking versus underground parking. Next slide, please. To orient you to the slides, the new construction is displayed as these white shaped linear boxes. The partial renovation are the tan square boxes that you see here in the middle of your screen, which represent the pavilion, the theater, and the I building that exists on campus now. The structured parking is the large gray square in the upper left quadrant of the designs, which is the figure on your right. The long rectangular dotted box is in the new construction and partial renovation. The left and center is the underground, that's showing you what the underground parking would be on the concept drawings, which runs parallel to Middlefield. Next slide, please. The first concept we have for you is 1A, the diagonal. This is all new construction and the buildings are organized in a diagonal shape. Building layout creates larger space along Middlefield. It has 3 large green spaces. All the green spaces we will show you today can become any outdoor activity, including remaining simply green grass, or can be sport courts, outdoor gardens, a pool, outdoor amphitheaters, etc. This has the most direct bike crossing. The bike promenades are in orange. The yellow lines are pedestrian pathways. It has a Middlefield promenade and features a diagonal promenade. This assumes underground parking. Next slide, please. This is the same design, 1A, in a 3D view. You can also see in this design, there are 2 mobility hubs on either end for pickup and drop-off locations. These are included in each of the 3 concept plans. Next slide, please. In this design, 1B, renovation was considered, and you'll see here the pavilion and the theater located in the upper left quadrant there, those 2 tan square boxes, and the I building, which is located there in the top center, tan building, were kept and renovated. Next slide, please. In this last diagonal concept, 1C, you can see there's a 4-story above ground parking structure placed in the upper left-hand corner of the site. That's that big gray building in the upper left. Okay. Next slide, please. This second concept is 2A, the grid. This is all new construction and the buildings are organized in a grid shape. Building layout includes an enclosed courtyard. It has 4 medium green spaces and 1 courtyard. It has perpendicular bike flow. It has a middle field promenade, parallel internal promenade, and an internal perpendicular promenade. This also assumes underground parking. Next slide, please. Again, 2A and 3D. Next slide, please. In this design 2B, the renovation was considered. As you'll see, the pavilion, theater, and I buildings were kept and renovated. Next slide, please. 2C, the 4-story above ground parking structure is placed in the upper left-hand corner of the site. Next slide, please. The third and final concept design is concept 3, the linear. This is all new construction, and the layout creates a large open central space. It has 3 large green spaces. It has a perpendicular bike flow with a circular option. It has a middle field promenade, 2 perpendicular promenades with a landscape mall. This also assumes underground parking. Next slide, please. Concept 3A and 3D. Next slide, please. In this design 3B, renovation was considered. Pavilion, theater, and I buildings were kept and renovated. Next slide, please. 2C, you'll see the 4-story above ground parking structure is placed in the upper left-hand corner of the site. All right, next slide, please. In summary, the diagonal layout offers a quick bike and pedestrian flow. The grid layout has more but small green spaces. The linear layout has a large central open space. So hopefully you were able to review your packets before that very quick presentation. So when we get to the discussion part, we're happy to go back and pull up those slides again for discussion. So next slide, please. The next step in the master planning process includes collecting and analyzing the feedback received tonight at this PRC meeting, along with the input that we gathered at the June 12th community meeting. And staff in Concordia will present the concept designs to the Planning and Transportation Commission on July 9th and the Architectural Review Board on July 17th. Following these summer meetings, several key milestones remain. At the third and final community meeting, Concordia is going to present 1 refined concept plan for additional community input. This will ultimately lead to their final presentation to the community and city council on December 8th, which will include the proposed master plan, cost estimates, and phasing scenarios. Next slide, please. Lastly, we'd like to share with you the strategic activation plan. This is attachment C in your packet. Staff, in coordination with the City Council Cubberley Ad Hoc Committee, which was established to support staff in the project, decided it would be beneficial to enhance and activate the Cubberley site in the near term to help generate community awareness, excitement, draw public interest, and build momentum as we lead up to the 2026 ballot initiative. As you'll see on the strategic activation plan document, it's intentionally aligned with the 3 broader project phases: master planning, community engagement and polling, and then the anticipated November 2026 ballot initiative. This phased approach supports resource allocation, balances staff capacity, and maintains strategic alignment across all the project stages. Tonight, staff is seeking input from the PRC on the draft plan. The plan outlines a variety of potential strategies to build community excitement and momentum for the project as we move through the master planning phase. Current concepts include a mix of physical enhancements to the site, community events to draw people in and activate the space, and temporary art installations and performances supported through the public art program's upcoming 2026 Art Lift community grants. In addition to feedback on the draft plan, staff welcomes ideas from the PRC on how the commission may wish to support or even participate in future activations. Your input will help ensure the activation strategies are creative, inclusive, and aligned with the community's interests. Next slide, please. The next steps for the strategic activation plan are, since it has come out of the City Council Cubberley Ad Hoc Committee, it's been reviewed and received feedback and recommendations from the Public Art Commission. Tonight from you all here at the Parks and Recreation Commission, it will go next to the Cubberley users. and possibly the newly created Parks and Recreation Ad Hoc Committee if decided to do so, and then back to the City Council Ad Hoc Committee. In early August, the City Council Cubberley Ad Hoc Committee will reconvene to review and discuss the latest recommendations. A full presentation to the City Council is scheduled tentatively for August 18th to review the final plan. Next slide, please. Okay, we have shared a lot of information with you tonight. So to recap what staff are requesting from the commissioners this evening are two things. First, provide feedback on the 3 Cubberley conceptual designs, including the same aspects the community is evaluating, such as arrival and parking, pedestrian circulation, building scale and physical space organization, landscape and green space organization, balance of building and green space, and being a good neighbor. Any additional comments or general feedback that can be helpful in the refinement of the concept plans is welcomed and encouraged. And second, feedback and ideas on the Cubberley Strategic Activation Plan and how the commission may wish to be involved in supporting or participating in the future activations as well. So next slide, please. That concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. We welcome your comments and your feedback and your discussion. And for the sake of making it clear, I will ask Eric to please go back one slide and we'll put back up the feedback that's requested to make it easy. Thank you.
Thank you for a very well done presentation. Also, the material that you provided really made it easy to understand. But I've been involved in this for a while, so it'll be great to hear the other commissioners' feedback and what they thought about the material and the presentation. So I'll open it up if there's any commissioners that need to ask any clarifying questions. Vice Chair Greenfield.
Thank you. Thanks for the great presentation. It kind of sounds like you've done it before. You zipped through it quite proficiently. But thank you. Questions I have regarding polling, the increased green space priority. What does that mean? Is that equivalent to outdoor space, or is that specifically green space? I mean, tennis courts and pickleball courts would be outdoor space, but not green space, for example.
It wasn't specific to pickleball tennis courts. It was just the concept of green outdoor space.
Right. And so, and I know the terminology has changed a little bit within the presentation to changing some things that used to say green space to outdoor space, which is completely appropriate, I think. But in terms of interpreting the polling results, in terms of the priorities, would you consider, for example, that pickleball or tennis courts or basketball courts, whatever, was that part of green space based on the polling results, or?
It was more of a question of what the high priorities are, and preserving trees and green space was the actual component that they reacted to. I think that pickleball tennis courts were tied more towards athletics, which voters had ranked as a lower priority.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would guess in the next poll that goes out, you'll try to delineate between different types of outdoor space a little bit more clearly. And the other question I had regarding polling, so you said you polled 437 registered voters. Is that actually the number of responses you got? And presumably there was outreach to a larger number of residents, registered voters?
I don't have the number that our polling firm had as far as outreach, but as you know, sometimes you get texts or calls and people don't respond, but the final tally was 437 voters.
Okay, so that's the number of responses as opposed to the number of people that were.
Yes, that's right.
And in the outreach process, you identified people that you're going to, voters that you're going to try to contact. Was it a multimodal contact process, or was it just a single mode per person? Or per...
I'm unclear if it was multi, but I do know that we used multi-platform, so email, phone, and text messages.
Right, and so would you reach out to one person in all three ways or just one method per person?
I don't have that information. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting question. I can say anecdotally, the 3 people that I know in the community that told me excitedly that they were contacted was one way. So we can follow up with more information, but I know those people were contacted in one particular way. But we can find out and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cripps?
I think it's important to understand how the polling was done and how recipients of the poll were chosen, and different opportunities that they had, because I think that makes a difference in the ultimate way that we're hearing the polls and hearing the results of polls. So maybe you could talk a little bit about how the polling company did it.
Like the science of going out and soliciting. So they do have lists of registered voters, which I believe they, use that as contact list for voters. And then they decide whether or not they contact by email, phone, and or text. And it's random. Yeah.
Okay. And Commissioner Brown?
It's not a question. I'll just be that we did, I work in another jurisdiction. We just did a survey very similar to this community survey. And the firm made sure when they're reaching out to registered voters to make sure that it's a statistically significant number of the people that they're reaching out to and that it's stratified. So it's representative of the community. I'm sure this firm did something similar to make sure that it was representative of the whole community. So that was very important to us. And I think this firm is very well known and I'm sure they did the exact same thing.
Very well known. Yes.
Yeah, and I think from the presentation that we had back in April, it sort of went over into some of the detail in how the survey results and how they were able to reach out, the different methods in which they reached out to people. I guess, and also I think they covered a lot of to try and make sure there was a large demographics area to make sure we're covering everyone. I guess the one you indicated that there were at the community, I think we've had 2 of those, right? The community engagement meetings.
The community meetings for the master planning
Right.
process, correct. There's been 2 so far.
Right. And so you've only had, and those were open, I believe, to everyone.
Correct. In the last meeting, we did direct mailers to every home. So really trying to get everybody possible from all parts of the community.
Yeah. So I guess the concern there is that even though it's been in the Palo Alto Weekly, I mean, a lot of us who have been very much involved in the Coverly project, I guess my concern is when I reach out and ask someone about, hey, what's going on with Coverly? No one seems to know, right? So, and that's what you're doing here is trying to figure out how can we expand that reach to get more people engaged and more people and to know what's going on and what the concepts are. And I guess it would be, even though we have the different concepts and the information that's happening is out there on the website, not everyone's going to take the time to go out and look at the website. Not everyone's going to take the time to read the weekly or any of the other news media that's out there. So again, it's got to be word of mouth. I mean, you guys are asking for some feedback on some of the things that, how can we get people excited to know what's going on and, does it get put in the next door and some of the other things. So I think it's really an opportunity for us on the commission to really be part of that loudspeaker to get out there and get people excited about it. I mean, we're excited because we've been involved in it for a long time, but it's an opportunity for Palo Alto to have something that we can be proud of. So so we asked, that took care of clarifying questions, but we'll go ahead and now open it up to the commission. Let me open it up to public comments. Anyone on Zoom? We have no one here in person, so,
There are no public comments at this time.
okay, thank you. Okay, let's start with commissioners. We'll start Commissioner Wei.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this project. Although I was traveling in June, I hope I can come to your September meeting. And so far, could we go back to a few slides of the different design? Is there any voting for the different design, the preferred? You have a different layout. Is there any in the community meeting in June? Is there any like a preferred design?
So the goal of this meeting was, and first I'll share for those, yourself included, who missed this meeting, we're working right now to get essentially a version of the in-person meeting on our website. So those who missed it can be able to provide the same feedback in an interactive way on our city website. So that will be going up shortly. And so the goal of this meeting wasn't to vote on which of the three do you like best. It was to essentially provide feedback on which components do you like the best. You could
I
say,
see.
I
Okay.
like 1, 2, or 3, but it was which elements do you like the best? And then Concordia will take all of that feedback and then create one refined plan with all the elements that they got the feedback from the community that they liked the best. It could be that it was one plan, but as we walked around as staff, we're still waiting for the compiled report, but it wasn't. It was certain elements from Plan 1B and certain elements from Plan 3A, and then they're going to kind of mash it all up together and then create a plan that the community liked certain elements together. So we weren't looking for 1, 2, or 3 in a voting system because we knew that's not realistic at this time. More so, what elements did you like as a group and individually? And then they're going to come back with one refined plan at the next meeting on September 17th.
Got it. So yeah, I like this, the summary one. So the bike pedestrian flow versus smaller green space, is there sort of conflict between the biking versus green space?
Is there a particular slide you would like us to pull up, a plan? We can pull up any of the designs again.
No, I'm just curious. The approach was more biking flow versus green space. How you navigate the combination both?
So all of them will have, one of the things we heard was folks wanted to be able to easily navigate through the space, either as a pedestrian or as a bike.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they all have, as you'll see indicated, the orange is the bike and the yellow is the pedestrian. So they have different configurations, but all of them will cut through the spaces in just a different variety of ways while also balancing green space. And so again, the square footage of the green space is equivalent through all three plans. So really it's just the configuration if you have a preference, and that's what people could give feedback on is like, oh, I like this one's more direct and it can be more of a straight shot through. This one I might have to take a few more turns. So that's what people were able to give their feedback on. But essentially the square footage of the green space is pretty equivalent between plans.
All of them, okay.
1, 2, and 3.
Excellent, yeah. I'm just figuring out the green space total footage. Thank you. Excellent work.
Commissioner Cripps.
Wow. So much to say about all of this. And first of all, you all are doing a really wonderful job. It's been really fun to see the whole plan develop and the community start to get excited about it and all of that. I think that it's really important at the beginning of this presentation to really say how bad Cubberley, what bad shape it's in, and the analysis of end of its useful life in so many years. I think it's really important because right now we have a center that people are using and going and needing and all of that. And I think it's hard when you're using it even to know that it's falling into disrepair. And I thought that was a really, really important message. And I wanted to call that out. I'm hopeful that in presentations in the future, there can be a little bit more about the opportunity, the incredible opportunity. This is the last space in Palo Alto that we really have to make something that we can be proud of into the future, just like Lucy Stern did when she did the community center. And so I'm hopeful that I know we can't be too excited right now, but I'm hopeful that that excitement will definitely come. And I'm really pleased that there is a role for the commission in all of this. And I know that all the commissioners are going to take it really seriously and make sure that we can be as helpful as we can be. I don't have questions. I've been through these about 4 or 5 different times, the presentations, just because I had the opportunity to go to so many sessions, and it's great. It's really, really good work, and it's going to be very exciting to see what continues to go on. And then in terms of immediate activation, I'm thinking that the more we can get community members and users of Cubberley and just people in Palo Alto who care about Palo Alto to Cubberley to be part of painting a mural or painting a doorway or putting up a sign or having some fun event down there, that will be really good for the next year. So a lot of work to be done. The bond issue is not insignificant, and the money that's necessary is not insignificant either. So, but the end result, getting to the finish line, is going to be very cool. So thank you.
Good. Thank you for your comments. And one of the things that was nice to hear too with the poll results was generally the community was very happy with the programming that was taking place, but agreed that the buildings needed to be updated. So that was nice to hear. So
well, that's a good thing, because a lot of people don't think it needs to be updated until you go to turn on a light or look at a sewer. So, yeah. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown.
I thought it needed to be updated when I was living on the tennis courts in high school. So it was old then. So I totally agree with you. Great presentation. And I just want to compliment the outreach on this project. You can't hardly look anywhere in the city without hearing about Cubberley. And so I know with community outreach, there's always critics. You should do it this way. You should do it that way. I really just want to commend staff on doing an outstanding job in every different medium, whether it's on LinkedIn, on my email, and on a banner. It's everywhere. So I really think you're doing a great job with making sure that you're getting a lot of positive feedback. I don't envy Concordia's job of trying to synthesize all of the feedback that we're getting. But I think it's very well framed to capture what's most important. I think the pedestrian and access is a really important feature of this project, because it's supposed to be a community feature for everybody. And so making sure that everybody can get to it and use it easily is critical. And it really dovetails nicely with the bike pedestrian plans that are ongoing, and just what City of Palo Alto is as a whole in terms of getting around town. So I don't have any questions really or comments. I want to again compliment all of the outreach and the different mediums. And it sounds like you're constantly adding more ways to get engaged with the project. And so I'll just stay tuned for more. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Greenfield.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I did attend the second meeting, and I do have quite a few comments. First off, it sounds like to me the polling results, the top 3 priorities, it feels like the community got it right and the polling process got it right. So that congratulations on that. You know, this is probably not even a generational opportunity. This is closer to a once in a lifetime opportunity. We need to do everything we can to get it right. The bond is going to be a considerable challenge. We all know that, and that's in the back of everyone's mind. It sounds like the city will end up owning most of the existing building space currently at Cubberley, while PAUSD will retain ownership of the playing fields, all the playing fields. It seems ideal for the city to be able to move forward with a redevelopment plan cleanly like this. The concern is what happens if PAUSD decides they need to open a 3rd high school? Would we potentially be losing playing field space? I trust that the city fully understands the importance of these playing fields, but I'm concerned that PAUSD could have to make a decision about land use allocation and put some buildings on where the fields are. So that's a concern. I don't know if this has been considered and what, if there's any guarantees or how to accommodate that. I know the parking area that would remain part of PAUSD, close to the playing fields, that would be an obvious place to build and put some parking underneath, but that doesn't feel like a spot for a high school.
Yeah, so I think the best answer is when and if we get to that point in the future that we would work with the school district to ensure the best use of their site as it relates to our site. And we are going to have some conversations during this process just to ensure that how we might master plan the 15 acres there would be a obvious, connection to what might happen in the future. So we don't have a guarantee at this point on the fields, but I just would hope that we could have that conversation and work through it with them. So
Great. Sounds difficult.
you could tell how with how my answer went. So yeah.
I could have said good luck. I just said it sounds difficult. So related to that, I have heard comments from the community that about focusing more on having a large contiguous green space. The designs offered have various levels of small and medium green space, and it seems like wouldn't be so much flexibility to potentially create a playing field down the road out of the green space the way things are laid out with the current options. Now, if there's, I mean, a large green space is important for both flexible and specific use, much like we have it at Mitchell Park. It is important for supporting large community events. If we have the existing playing fields to draw on, that's not a concern so much. If there's a potential for losing them, that is a concern.
I also heard that in the last meeting. So just to clarify, in place of somewhere of the buildings are on the full left side, that was a discussion at one of the tables I was sitting at. So that I know for sure that's some feedback that at least some of the community members gave. So that might be something that we get out of our report that Concordia is putting together, and that may alter the plans that come back, where maybe some buildings are moved or removed and they actually have some more wide open green space. So that is part of the point of what community meeting 2 was, is let's move those buildings. We actually just want uninterrupted green space for playfield. So that was the purpose of the meeting, and we'll see what the community said. So I also heard that at the second meeting.
Good, and that obviously aligns with the polling priorities. Could you clarify that Nelson Drive road access will remain as it is? I found this kind of troublesome and ambiguous in the plans that are presented. So I'm assuming there will be roads on either Nelson Drive access on either side of the Coverly Fields, essentially the way it is now, but it would be a bit open to emergency vehicles, but closed to vehicular traffic.
As far as punching all the way through, yes, it will not change the way it is now. We also heard that was a concern. And so just to assure everyone, we will not open that up to traffic to go through the Coverly site now.
So it would remain as bike ped entrances.
Correct.
Yes. Making that more clear on the diagrams next time would be,
yes,
be
good
helpful.
feedback. Thank you.
Sure. Currently, Coverly has a covered walkway across through all the campus buildings, the breezeway. This doesn't seem to be preserved. Is this something that's been considered in the design proposals? Or the current design proposals don't seem to reflect that?
Not at this point. I don't think we've drilled down to that level of detail. We can certainly take that feedback. I think at this this time we're at these high level concepts. So that's something from an architectural standpoint we can make note of. Right now, we're just kind of these big blocks of concepts. And not really at the level of detail where if we zoomed in, there could be overhangs. So it's a possibility. So I wouldn't say that we've ruled it out. I just don't think we're at that level of detail, but I can certainly make note of that.
Okay. Related to that, if there were semi-underground parking put in place, would that include a desire or a plan for bike ped pathways underground as well through the parking area? Like that, I mean, that's a way to get out of the rain basically, but it can reduce parking efficiency. So I'm just wondering what the thinking is there.
As far as the distinguished promenades as prominent as we have on the top, or?
So if we ended up putting in underground parking, would there be bike ped lanes included underground?
I don't think that's something we have discussed. I think that's something we can certainly chat with Concordia about. Of course, there would be walkways of, people park and would need to safely be able to navigate, but I don't think we've looked at designated bike paths. So that's something we could certainly look into.
I'm just thinking if you don't have covered breezeways protecting people from the elements, then they're going to head underground.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
So whether you plan it or not.
It'll happen. And yeah, interesting. Okay. Yep. We can definitely look into that.
Thank you. The gym design would, maybe you're not at this level of detail, but would that include basically some sort of like an indoor-outdoor access design where you'd have a wall that could open up, kind of similar to what's the way things are at the large Mitchell Park conference room?
So we are looking at some level of detail, actually. So we've been working in coordination with the Friends of the Wellness and Recreation Center and touring different spaces. So we are looking at that space actually in a little bit more detail than some of these other spaces. So we are looking at 4 courts, 2 on a bottom level, 2 on a top level. So that's what's giving us our height. So more detail there. And then the possibility of possibly, doors that could open and it could go indoor, outdoor, there could be outdoor courts. And so again, nothing's been determined for sure, but all of those are, possibilities and considerations.
Definite maybe, thanks.
Yeah.
Would the partial underground parking properly support large canopy trees above it?
We do not know yet at this time, but I can make a note of that to find.
And it seems like we're going to want to have large canopy trees in our green space, in green space that isn't playing fields or courts or something like that.
Noted.
So that seems like a priority.
Thank you.
Thanks. I would be interested in reviewing the map of protected trees at some point. Let's see. As far as design preferences, I really like the diagonal design overall. I like the optimized bike paths. I think it's the most interesting. The grid layout is by far the most staid and boring kind of. The comments regarding contiguous open space would apply. The Grand Promenade has some appeal. It kind of depends what's happening in the middle. Would that be something that would have different elevations, like some rocks and some landscaping, so that people kind of hang out and make it a fun, cool gathering spot. If that existed, that seems interesting. I think as far as the question, the 6 questions you're asking, and I found this at the meeting, I felt like some of the questions were very difficult to answer and they're important questions to ask, but based on the information that was provided, I feel like it's difficult to answer the question about being a good neighbor. I mean, to me, that means elevations, building elevations, and there's, as far as the areas closest to the neighborhoods, It's basically the same for all the designs. So it's hard to rate one design over the other comparatively. Similarly, for the balance of building and green space, it's the same for all three designs. So how do you rate one design better than the other? I'm not quite sure what you're looking for on that. Also, the structured parking location appears to take out one of the existing structures. And so I don't know if that's optional or that can be moved around. I mean, I think the idea of being able to maintain an existing structure is good from a few standpoints. From an environmental standpoint, obviously it's preferable. From a cost standpoint, it's going to be less expensive. There is certainly concern that I've heard from the community that if you do this, the quality and experience level at the old facility, at the preserved facilities, needs to be consistent with the new facilities. I think that kind of goes without saying, but it's a concern how that would be pulled off. And with respect to the strategic activation plan, overall, I think the plan that the stage plan you put together makes sense. Building the buzz is really going to be important. I think that the project specifics, which to me sounds like more of the focused agenda of the third meeting, getting into the projects and spaces and how to allocate things. That seems to me to be what really drives public interest. I think it's important that we get the message out to the public that this is what's going to be discussed at the third meeting and get people there. But I'm trying to think how you can leverage this within the activation process to drive interest as well. And beyond that, I think it'd be completely appropriate for the PRC ad hoc to try and help with that as well. That's my comments for now. I probably got a couple I've forgotten. I'll let someone else have a go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn?
Yeah, I just want to echo on all the other commissioners' comments on how wonderful this presentation is done by Amanda and Christina. Thank you. My only ask is please send out the online version of the community survey so we can share it with friends who didn't make it to the community meeting. And I think that's critical. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you for a very well done presentation. I will tag in on something Commissioner Cribb said. Two things. One is I really appreciate all three designs is really focused on retaining the greenery. So no, I don't think you can go wrong on any one of those. What we don't know is what will be placed on those areas. It could be anything else, but you haven't really got down to that detail yet. But I think the fact that we're really trying to create a space that is open and to both pedestrians and also give that outside feel that we want to see as well. And I think also trying to really talk about, I think Commissioner Cribbs also talked about the fact that everything there is antiquated, including the infrastructure to support it. There's, so whether or not they tear down the entire building or retain a couple of buildings, it's still the infrastructure. It's already been defined as being unsafe and out of code. And so I think trying to highlight some of those things by, with people saying, well, should we just not rent? Why don't we just renovate the existing space? Well, and so we need to really, I think, drive that message across that renovation is probably not a good option with I think spending more time talking about the infrastructure itself not being able to support the existing buildings that are there. I also like the fact that you guys talked about trying to schedule more events at Coverly so that people can get a feel for what is there now, but also can have a vision for what it will be in the future. And that maybe that's, will be signage showing kind of, the different concepts so that people can start to visualize that. And so I like the idea where you're talking about having community festivals, pop-up events, storytelling projects, just trying to get more and more of the community, not just in South Palo Alto, but everywhere, out there to see exactly what it looks like now, what is in need, what needs to be replaced, and kind of what the future, start thinking about what the future is going to be. Might even do things like having, food trucks with music, something like that. And I know the city, you doing your department report, you talked about a number of things that are happening in the city. So Coverly could be a good platform for that, including trying to find space for some of our summer programs. It's a lot of different, not, again, we don't want to make it a fully functional facility, which it can't be, where people go, hey, it's working now. Why even trying to build something up on it? So I think, I've attended a number of the events. I think there's really a lot of momentum going on this. And we're on a fast leap, a fast run to get to the finish line so it can be presented out to the public. So I think getting more and more public engagement, working with, I like the fact that you're reaching out to the different, the Arts Commission, the Parks and Rec Commission, and it's up to us to really get that message out there that, this is an opportunity for the city to create a community center that reflects our values and serves to generations to come. And so I think the Parks and Rec Commission is definitely committed to that, which is one of the reasons that we want to have this become part of the Parks and Rec Commission and to be a partnership with that. So keep up the momentum, and we're definitely here to support that. Any other questions for any commissioners? Vice Chair.
Just a couple quick follow-ups. One regarding the question of underground parking, properly supporting trees. Related to that, is a hybrid model where with some underground parking and a lower parking structure something that's being considered?
Yes, it is.
That seems like it's probably going to hit the sweet spot the best to me, but.
Yeah, the feedback's been positive, and it also is more cost effective than being fully underground.
Great. And then the other question I have is, what level of plan detail will be completed prior to the ballot initiative? And part of the reason I'm bringing this up is just some recent some experiences we have. We see projects for parks and things like that, and we go through them all the detail we can, and there's still some things that are kind of left ambiguous and don't come out exactly the way that we might have thought might have been the best way. And
so what level of detail will be completed by the ballot vote 2026? So the master plan will be completed, which is a concept plan. So that is what will be completed when the voters vote in 2026. And then hopefully if that passes, after that is when an architect would be hired and would be doing the detailed plans. So that level of detail would come afterward. So the master plan will still stay at a conceptual. It'll be more detailed than what we showed you this evening, but it won't be at the finer details of like architectural drawings to that level of detail. Does that answer your question?
Sure. So lots still to sort out and haggle over. And
yes.
Yeah. So my only, just encourage you that after the ballot passes successfully, then just emphasize the need to share all the fine details with the Parks commission with other commissions and get as many eyeballs on the fine details as we can. Again, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, but thank you for all the great work.
Yes, well, I would imagine if and when that the Parks and Rec Commission and would be heavily involved in all the steps to come, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next business item.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Sarah Robustelli, Community Services. So while we're pulling up the slide deck, this item we will be discussing this evening is essentially a summary of the proposed budget that was approved and just doing a very high level overview. Let me see here. So each fiscal year, the city develops an annual budget for operating and capital improvements that support the delivery of programs and services aligned with city council priorities and community needs. This presentation, as I mentioned, will be a high-level overview. In particular, I will be highlighting some parks, open spaces, golf operations, and recreational programming. The City Council did pass our proposed fiscal year 26 budget on June 16th, and I will be referring to this throughout the presentation this evening. Second slide. As you can see on the screen, there are fully authorized full-time equivalents within the CSD budget. Are 85.27 hourly positions. We have 53.08 for a total of 138 positions. And our proposed operating budget with CS Community Services Department expenditures is 43.4 million, and community services revenues are 15.8 million. Next slide. On this slide, fiscal year 26 capital budget overview citywide, the adopted capital improvement program totals approximately 98.1 million. The largest allocation of the citywide is for buildings and facilities, which is 36 million. This is inclusive of some of our recreation facilities like Lucy Stern. Parks and recreation open space projects account for 12 million, with several significant investments in assets and infrastructure supporting outdoor recreation and environmental protection. Next slide. So this slide really should just be an overall overview. We did review the CIP budgets in December as well as January. So just significant projects that I'm highlighting here. We'll advance the slide to the following. And for fiscal year 26 proposed budget highlights, really wanted to call out just some of these kind of high level changes. So there's a reallocated staffing for more resources for summer programs at Foothills Nature Preserve and Mitchell Park with a net zero impact. This action also recognized a higher camp revenue for this change. Additionally, expanding staff, contract, and supplies funding to improve accessibility and ADA compliance in recreation programs for individuals with disabilities supported as a part by an external grant. And then additionally, recognizing a $100,000 increase in rental and reservation fees. And this is due to a slight uptick in rentals in addition to higher fees. And then the next slide which I believe this is where my final slide for the evening, is fiscal year 26. There was a series of meetings that took place in May, and the Finance Committee gave quite a few recommendations. That being said, they really provided staff some guidance that we weren't able to get to prior to the approval of the budget. So what's happening is they provided these 3 recommendations: combined uncertainty reserve and budget stabilization reserve, to try and meet the 18.5 or $60 million in fiscal year 27, and then reduce ongoing budget deficits. And ultimately, they gave direction for staff to come back. This will be taking place in August to the Finance Committee. And staff is working to at least come up with a $6 million savings, with a minimum of $2 million ongoing and $4 million at a one time. Again, going back to review August 19th, and then City Council will then approve it sometime in September. So this is all, again, very high level. Our budget was approved. That being said, based on this direction, there will be some changes. That concludes my report this evening.
Thank you. Another fine presentation this late at night. Appreciate it. I'll open it up for any public speakers. None in the room, on Zoom.
There are no public comments at this time.
Okay. Any clarifying questions from the commission? Okay, Vice Chair Greenfield.
Real quickly on the last slide. So this is a requested budget reductions coming, reduction from what's already been approved. And so $6 million for this year, and then $2 million ongoing.
Correct.
Is the request.
Essentially a total of $6 million. We're looking at reductions with a minimum of $2 million that is ongoing, and then for a one time.
And is this applied to the capital budget or the complete budget?
This is in terms of operating.
So it doesn't impact the capital budget?
There will be impacts potentially to the to one time. So there will be potential deferrals.
For the capital budget, but the rest of it would be, is capital budget considered part of the operating budget? Or
No,
they're separate, right?
Yeah, correct.
So the one time would be a deferral of the capital budget, but the $2 million ongoing would be operating budget? Is that what you're?
I believe it's so the way that I understand it is that it's operating is the $6 million. With also, they're looking at deferrals for capital. So again, none of this is worked out yet. Staff is still working on it. So I will know more come August 19th.
So in addition to these numbers, there may be also further budget reductions by deferrals of the capital budget.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So just to tag in on that, so the $6 million, I mean, is there a potential that will impact parks, open space, golf, and so forth?
Yes, I think we're looking at holistically all over this city. So if there are, obviously we'll be making sure to supply you with updates.
Okay. So that would, I think you said that's both the operating and any capital
Correct.
improvement
We're
items
looking in both areas.
Okay, and so when would we know what those cuts would be or what the impact would be?
So there'll be a presentation August 19th to the Finance Committee, where they will be coming to the committee, which is 3 council members, and discussing some scenarios and what those impacts may be, and then coming to the full council for review in September.
Okay, so do you know what maybe you guys haven't thought this out, but what the criteria will be that's going to guide the decisions on the potential deferrals or reductions?
Yeah, some of the deferrals that were discussed at the Finance Committee were obviously aesthetics rather than safety. So highest priority is safety for the public and mitigating risk. So those items will be dealt with and continued to plan for, whereas things in terms of aesthetics can be potentially looked at as being paused or deferred.
So there's numerical goals for the operating budget reduction. Is there any kind of numerical guidance regarding the capital budget goal?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Is there any kind of number guidance regarding how much of a overall reduction in capital budget is being sought out?
I think they're looking at it holistically, so I'm not sure at this time.
Okay, I know you're not making you didn't make the decisions. It just seems I'm trying to understand why they've identified a specific number of that they're looking to reduce the operating budget by, yet they've gone ahead and approved this capital budget, and yet they're thinking about reducing it, but they haven't said how much they're looking to reduce it by. Just trying to understand.
Yeah, good questions. And I might need to get back to the commission, but I believe it's 2 million operating, and then one-time potential deferrals is the 4 million of capital.
But that's across the board, all right?
Correct. That's citywide.
Commissioner Cribb.
Yeah, it's probably too much of a detail, but the staff positions that I think were restored after COVID or recently, are those in danger now of going away, or are these not touching staff positions?
Yeah, I think right now,
Okay.
there hasn't been any discussion, and right now they're not, right? Even freezing has been discussed at city council level, but no formal action's been taken.
Commissioner Day.
I have a question. Is it 6 million savings of operating budget coming out of the expenditure of 43 million?
No, it's for the entire overall budget. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so not out of the parks and open space budget,
Correct.
but out of the whole city budget? Got
Yes.
it. And the 98.1 million, that's for our parks and open space only?
98.1 is overall capital.
Overall capital for the city?
Yes. Because that's inclusive of infrastructure. The piece of the pie that's parks and open space is 12 million.
Okay, I see. The purple slice.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, great question.
Yeah. Any other commissioner? How will you go about, I guess, getting the community to understand how budgeted projects might be affected by these cuts. I mean, that's not the Community Services Department, but it's.
Yeah,
Right.
I think, and Kristen can also probably speak to this, but I think when the decisions happen, right, they will need to consult with staff. All of this will be considered. I think that's why, rather than rushing it, we needed an approved budget. So that's why giving staff a little bit more time to really thoroughly think about these budget impacts and ensuring that the decisions that are being proposed are overall going to be safe and the best path forward, I think, rather than making them so swiftly.
Yeah, so the fact that the 6 million is across the board, I would think that each department is already starting to think about what projects within their portfolio are candidates for possible deferral, right?
Correct.
So, but would that be something that at some point you would be coming back to the commission with items that might affect, the types of things that we might be working on?
I think the path forward is finance committee, which then goes to city council. And then at that time, we plan to keep you updated throughout that process as well.
Okay.
And I would also encourage the commission, if you are interested, to watch the finance committee on that date. We're relaying some information that was discussed a while back. So you could also, if interested, view the previous discussions at Finance Committee and Council if you're interested in learning more from the people who actually do the city's finances.
That's a good point. Yeah, thank you. That's good thought. Okay, anyone else? Vice Chair.
Just one quick question, reviewing the notes from this presentation last year. What's the status of 455 Bryant Community Center?
I can provide a brief update. So we are working on getting some improvements done to the space. For example, the HVAC system needs a complete replacement. And finalizing our agreement with La Comida so they can use the downstairs space. And then still, having conversations internally and planning for the overall space.
And ballpark idea when the space might be opened?
For La Comida to use the space for their meals, would be in, I believe, like the fall of 2025.
Good. Just hadn't heard anything, just forgot about it. Just wondering what's happening. Thank you.
And I just wanted, Kristen did supply an update. She looked up. It is looking like a roughly 4 million deferrals for CIP as well as 2 million operating.
Okay, thank you for that information. Okay. Thank you again for the presentation, appreciate it. Let's do the commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future meetings and agendas. Anyone have any special comments, questions? Comments, future, okay. What's our agendas?
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted proposals, our preview for July in terms of that, or to move to item number 6, ad hoc committees and liaison updates, or where you would like.
Yeah, let's start with that. Might take a little bit of time. Any ad hoc committees updates? Nature preserve access policy will happen, like the vice chair had indicated that we did a tour, Rostadero. And that's on the agenda for August. So, right? July. Okay. I have one, just community gardens, thanks to Eric, who is now the community gardens liaison, has provided me with some information. I think he's been here for about 2 months and has already hit the floor running and making a lot of progress. That I know because I have a garden in Riconada, so I know what's happening there. So see a lot of things happening, a lot of changes, a wait list now that's been opened up again. Let's see, officially reopened and plotted assignments for the 2025 season was open on June 13th. And they're now actively working to fill vacancies and re-engage waitlisted gardeners across all sites. So there's a kind of, I think Eleanor Party Park in Johnson tends to be the most popular and the most, they're like anywhere from 94.5% for Eleanor Party, and Johnson has 97.4, and followed by Rinconada. But if you might be interested in trying to get a garden, it might be at Arastadero, right? Which is right across the street. So no one wants to go there. So that's kind of all I have. Nothing on golf in first tee, and then Coverly we talked about. So anyone else have any items? Okay, we talk agenda.
Sure. I think we have for July, grassroots ecology, park dedication, open space update, and the ad hoc nature access policy. So 4 items currently.
With that, we will adjourn. Thank you.